is the virtue of temperance, the ability to exercise self-control or discipline. This principle encourages us to maintain a sense of balance in our lives, helping us to navigate the complexities of our emotions and the world around us without giving in to desires and impulses, and by extension, being dragged off the path that we want to be on or losing our composure. The ancient Stoics advocated the avoidance of excessive pleasure because they saw it as one of the major sources of emotional turmoil and a hindrance to our ability to act with reason and make wise decisions. When we are ruled by our desire for pleasure, our actions become dictated by external circumstances rather than our own thoughtful choice. This means that we can be manipulated by anything going on around us, for better or for worse. Excessive pleasure can lead to a loss of our control, promoting destructive and impulsive behavior that we know we shouldn't do. It can undermine long-term thinking in favor of short-term gratification, pushing us further away from a life of virtue and wisdom. This unbalanced pursuit of pleasure can ultimately widen the gap between who we are and the person we aspire to be. When our emotions and actions are dictated by desire, there is a very real risk that our behaviors will conflict with our own principles and values. This can lead to a gradual erosion of our character over time, as we prioritize temporary satisfaction over the long-term cultivation of virtue. However, when we deliberately avoid excessive pleasure and embrace the virtue of temperance, we can develop the ability to consistently decide our actions and align ourselves with our values. This practice of self-control allows us to gradually cultivate an inner calm and stability, which in turn serves as a foundation for personal growth. In this way, the Stoic practice of temperance enables us to nurture a sense of balance in our lives, helping us to navigate our emotions without allowing them to control us and pass through hardship while maintaining our composure. Next, we have the avoidance of rising to anger. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "Any person capable of angering you becomes your master. He can anger you only when you permit yourself to be disturbed by him." In a similar way to pleasure, when anger is allowed to hijack our behavior and thoughts, we hand control of our actions over to external events happening in the world around us, or to people around us whose actions we disagree with. As Epictetus put it, we allow others to become our master. Imagine rising to anger every time a person was rude, ungrateful, ignorant, impatient, selfish, or disloyal. This anger will express itself in your behavior, and when your behavior is controlled by something other than you, there is a risk that it will not align with the person you want to be. So in the same way that the pleasure seeker's behaviors are pushed and pulled by desire, the angry person is pushed and pulled by forces equally outside their control. Stoicism offers a path to avoid this trap by fostering emotional mastery and mindful reactions in response to challenging situations. In order for us to adopt a Stoic approach to anger, we can consider the following steps. Recognizing the triggers of anger. Identify the situations and people that tend to provoke anger in yourself. Become aware of these triggers. And not only can you prepare yourself to respond more mindfully when they arise, you'll be better able to catch them in the moment when you know what they are. Pause and reflect. When we start to feel anger bubbling up, we can take a moment to pause and reflect on the situation, reminding ourselves that our reaction is within our control, even if external circumstances are not. Reevaluating our judgments. Often our anger is fueled by the judgments we make about a situation, rather than the situation itself. By reevaluating these judgments from a Stoic perspective, we can avoid giving in to emotional impulse, and instead respond with wisdom and restraint. Practice empathy. This can be essentially trying to see the situation from another person's perspective. By practicing empathy, we can better understand their actions and motivations, which can help diffuse our anger and lead to a more compassionate response or reaction. Choose a measured response. Rather than reacting impulsively out of anger, make a conscious and deliberate choice on how to behave and address the situation. And this measured response means that we can address the situation at hand in alignment with our values and the person we want to be. When we avoid descending into anger, we keep our hold on our actions, we maintain our peace of mind, and we make wiser decisions in line with our own personal values. By following the Stoic path, we can develop emotional mastery, foster stronger relationships, and become more resilient in the face of life's challenges. On anger, the Stoic philosopher Epictetus said, "Keep in mind that it isn't the one who has it in for you and takes a swipe that harms you, but rather the harm comes from your own belief about the abuse. So when someone arouses your anger, know that it's really your own opinion fueling it. Instead, make it your first response, not to be carried away by such impressions. For with time and distance, self-mastery is more easily achieved." Of course, we should probably add the caveat that this doesn't cover everything that another person can do to you, but I believe Epictetus was trying to look at day-to-day occurrences rather than forms of serious abuse. Next, we're going to take a look at envy, the green snake of our emotions that compares who we are and what we have to other people and what they have. Envy takes these comparisons, makes us feel like we have less, like others have more, and creates a feeling of wanting and even bitterness or contempt. When we experience a strong feeling like envy, it can dominate our thoughts, override our ability to reason effectively, and erode our well-being. This feeling of envy often needs two things in order to survive: a focus on other people's accomplishments or belongings, and feeling inadequate or unsatisfied with our own lives. The more we do one or both of these, the stronger the feeling will get. However, instead of giving in to the destructive effects of envy, ancient Stoicism offers us an alternative strategy that encourages us to develop self-contentment and even applaud and celebrate the accomplishments of others. A core belief of the Stoics, which we cover over and over again, is to accept the areas of life that are outside our control and to concentrate on the things we can control, such as our own thoughts, deeds, and emotions. When we apply this theory to the experience of envy, we can start to see that our negative emotions have more to do with ourselves than with the situations that seem to have triggered them. In this case, the difference between our lives and the lives of other people. Rather than racing after money, possessions, or social status, Stoic thinkers like Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius believe that our ultimate objective should be to improve our character and live in accordance with our beliefs and values. Through the development of character, we can shift our attention from jealousy to personal development and self-improvement by concentrating on the cultivation of inner virtues. The more we grow and develop into the person we want to be, the more secure we become in ourselves, and the better able we are to congratulate others for their accomplishments, rather than looking at them with envy. As we shift into confidence about who we are, the achievements of others become less threatening to us. So let's have a look at these 5 Stoic practices that can help us with envy. Recognizing the fleeting nature of external success. The Stoics understood that material wealth, fame, and power are both transient and subject to the whims of fortune. This acknowledgement of the impermanent nature of things can loosen their hold on our emotions and allow us to find greater fulfillment in the pursuit of wisdom and virtue. Practicing gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful antidote to envy, and by regularly reflecting on the blessings and opportunities we have in our own lives, we can cultivate a sense of contentment and appreciation for our own circumstances. This shift in perspective can help neutralize feelings of envy and foster a more positive outlook. Focusing on self-improvement. Instead of comparing ourselves to others, we can channel our energy into becoming the best version of ourselves. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of personal growth and self-mastery, encouraging us to strive for excellence in our own thoughts, actions, and relationships. Embracing the success of others. Rather than feeling threatened or diminished by the accomplishments of others, we can encourage ourselves to celebrate their success and learn from their example. By adopting an attitude of goodwill and support, we can transform envy into inspiration, fostering a more harmonious and collaborative mindset. Reflect on the potential downsides of success. It's also important to remember that the people we envy are likely facing challenges and difficulties that we are not aware of. Success often comes with its own set of struggles, and by considering the potential drawbacks, we can gain a more balanced perspective on the lives of others that we envy, without looking at them through rose-tinted glasses. Next we have blame. And Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "If you can, correct the person who is responsible. If you cannot, repair the damage. If you can do neither, why blame others? It is pointless." There are nuggets of Stoic philosophy that offer us a unique perspective on the concept of blame, urging us to focus on our own thoughts and actions, rather than seeking to look for the failed responsibility in others. A lot of this comes back to the idea that we only have real control over our thoughts and actions, and that blame prevents us from using our time and energy to move forward and improve the situation. Blame even keeps us stuck in the past, focusing on the things outside the reach of our control. The Stoics believe that we should fundamentally concentrate on our own thoughts and actions, rather than those of others. By shifting our attention away from blame and the actions of other people, and towards our own actions, we can more effectively address the situation at hand, regardless of whether it was caused by someone else. In this way, we can actively work towards a resolution rather than getting caught up in the cycle of blame and wasting our time. Here are several ways we can look at blame in a different way. Acknowledging the good intentions of others. Stoic philosophy also teaches that most people are generally well-intentioned. We're all doing the best with what they have and the resources we have. And when someone makes a mistake or behaves in a destructive way, it is often due to their lack of understanding or inability to determine right from wrong, rather than malicious intent. Recognizing this can help us approach others with empathy and compassion, seeking to understand their perspective rather than jumping to blaming them without any context. Cultivating emotional resilience. Blaming others can be an easy way to deflect responsibility and avoid confronting our own shortcomings. However, this approach can undermine our own emotional resilience as we become more defensive and reactive to the actions of others, and therefore less capable of managing our own emotions. Stoicism encourages us to accept any given situation for what it is and move forward. In this case, it could be accepting that we may have been part of the problem and not getting defensive when people blame us. And similarly, not pointing fingers at other people when we feel we're being attacked. Encourage growth and learning. When we focus on blame, we may inadvertently be closing ourselves off to valuable learning opportunities. If we take the time to examine what we can do to improve a situation, we can grow and evolve both as individuals and as society. In this way, we can transform challenges into opportunities. On this subject, Marcus Aurelius wrote the following: "When you wake in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are like this because they can't tell good from evil. But I have seen the beauty of good and the ugliness of evil, and have recognized that the wrongdoer has a nature related to my own, not of the same blood or birth, but the same mind, and possessing a share of the divine. So when stuff inevitably hits the fan, resist the urge to point fingers and assign blame. Instead, embrace the Stoic perspective of focusing on what you can do to improve the situation and maintain your peace of mind. In doing so, you'll not only be better equipped to navigate life's challenges, but you'll also have a better chance of cultivating stronger and more supportive relationships with those around you." At 5, we have allowing excessive fear. It's important to see fear as a natural emotion that we all experience, and one that kept our ancestors alive and safe in the wild, and that keeps us safe in our more modern world. Fear is a survival mechanism, yet Stoic philosophy teaches us that excessive fear can be detrimental to our well-being. Stoicism contains principles that help us learn to manage our fears more effectively, and as an alternative, embrace courage and rationality. The Stoics believed that a lot of our fear, just like many other emotions, comes from our judgments and beliefs about events, rather than the event itself. In many cases, these judgments are based on irrational assumptions or misconceptions, leading us to experience unnecessary and avoidable anxiety and stress. When we examine the thoughts that give rise to our fears, we can challenge them, we can uproot the ones that are holding us back, and deliberately plant beliefs that give us a more balanced and rational perspective. And as we've covered, and a repeating theme in Stoic philosophy, is the idea that we should focus on the things within our control while accepting those that are beyond our control. And often we'll find that our fears are rooted in our perception of external events that we can neither control nor predict. By recognizing that we only have control over our thoughts, actions, and responses, we can learn to accept the world around us as it is, live more peacefully in uncertainty, and become more comfortable in hardship. We can also embrace the future as it happens, rather than have the future be a source of anxiety. Here are 3 behaviors that we can use to help. Embracing courage and wisdom. The ancient Stoics viewed both courage and wisdom as core virtues in the pursuit of a good and happy life. Virtues that can help us navigate hardship and adversity with a greater resilience and peace of mind. When we develop these qualities in ourselves, we are better able to confront our fears head on. With wisdom, we can see them for what they are. We can make more informed decisions. And with courage, we can take calculated risks in the pursuit of our goals. With wisdom, we can see our fears objectively. We can look at the causes of those fears and decide whether they are reasonable or they need to be replaced with something more realistic. And with courage, we can face our fears. We can go into situations that cause us fear. And in many cases, we can learn that the causes of those fears are nothing really to be scared about. Using negative visualization. Stoic thinkers frequently engage in the practice of negative visualization, which involves mentally rehearsing impending difficulties or hardships in order to better prepare for them. If we can visualize the worst possible outcomes and work on dealing with the emotion that could come from that outcome, we can work to lessen the hold that fear has over us. And finally, we have using fear as an opportunity for growth. The Stoics saw adversity and struggle as a fundamental component of human existence, one that offers opportunity for growth, development of good character, and the testing of our resolve. Through the understanding that life will always unfold as it does, rather than how we want it to unfold, and accepting challenges and hardship as a natural part of life, we can learn to master our fear of uncertainty and replace it with understanding and acceptance. Another behavior that the Stoics viewed as futile and destructive was complaining. To them, complaining is an indication that we're dissatisfied with the circumstances around us and an indication of our inability to accept the current state of the world. In a world where venting frustrations and complaining seem to be the norm, it might seem unusual to encounter someone who practices the deliberate habit of not complaining about anything. However, Stoics aim to live a life of tranquility, virtue, and wisdom, and as a result, they understand that complaining only serves to disturb the peace of mind that they strive to maintain. Not only does complaint undermine our peace of mind, it also keeps us stuck in the problem, rather than working towards improving the situation and a solution. The Stoic philosopher and emperor of Rome, Marcus Aurelius, once wrote, "Don't be overheard complaining, not even to yourself." The Stoics believed in the importance of understanding and accepting the natural order of the world, or what they called the logos. This cosmic order governs the universe, and everything that occurs is a result of its working. In our more modern world, this can also be thought of as the laws of nature. By recognizing that events unfold according to the laws of nature, Stoics can cultivate an attitude of acceptance and serenity, even in the face of adversity. Complaining, on the other hand, goes against this acceptance, and it implies a resistance to the natural course of events. And an idea that we've already touched on, the repetition here is intentional, is the notion that we should focus on what is within our control and accept what is not within our control. When we complain, we often fixate on external circumstances that we have no control over. However, Stoics emphasize personal responsibility and encourage us to take control over our thoughts, actions, and reactions. Instead of complaining about a situation, they believe that we should focus on how we can better respond to it in a constructive and virtuous manner. The Stoics also place a great importance on the practice of gratitude, which involves reflecting on the positive areas of our lives and appreciating the present moment. Gratitude can act as an antidote to complaint, and by developing it, we can foster a sense of contentment and satisfaction, which in turn discourages our inclination to complain. In addition to this, the practice of gratitude helps us recognize that even in difficult situations, there are often things around us for which we can be thankful. Next up, we have excessive materialism. Often the discussion around materialism is split into whether money and possessions are good or bad. To the Stoics, virtue was the only good, and the lack of virtue is the only evil. Everything else is indifferent, and this includes wealth. The goodness and badness of wealth and materialism comes from how it's used. If we sacrifice our virtue and values to get it, then it has been a catalyst for bad. But if we use what we have to help others, it can be a catalyst for good. But money, cars, houses, and everything of that nature is in itself simply neutral. However, the Stoics did believe that material possessions are not a source of true and resilient happiness. They were seen as sources of transient happiness, with ups and downs. So they made a deliberate effort not to be overly attached to material things. The ancient Stoic Seneca once wrote, "It is not the man who has too little that is poor, but the man who hankers after more." In today's consumer-driven society, the pursuit of material wealth and possessions often takes center stage, leaving many people feeling perpetually unsatisfied and craving more. They become stuck on the treadmill, always chasing after the next new shiny thing. In stark contrast to this, Stoic philosophy encourages individual to focus on cultivating inner wealth, emphasizing the importance of inner virtue, wisdom, temperance, courage, and justice, and personal development over external things. Stoics believed in distinguishing between what is truly necessary for a good life and what is simply desired due to societal pressure or personal whims and desires. While basic needs such as food, shelter, and clothing are essential for survival, excessive materialism often stems from a pursuit of luxury, desire, and status. Again, these things aren't necessarily bad, they are simply neutral, but they can be a very tempting catalyst for bad. By recognizing this distinction and focusing on what's truly important, the Stoics believe that they could cultivate a sense of contentment and satisfaction with what they already have, without the need for excessive riches. The Stoics also teach that material possessions are transient and can be lost, taken, damaged, or fall into decay. Recognizing the impermanent nature of worldly goods, Stoics can detach themselves from the constant desire to accumulate more, and instead focus internally. They even developed a way of thinking that suggests all we ever do is borrow things from the world, and the world will ultimately take it back after some time. People die and return to the earth. Things break, get stolen, or wear away. And to the Stoics, this impermanence led them to believe that you never really own anything. At best, you're borrowing what you have from the laws of nature. And lastly, we have self-pity. The Stoics believed self-pity to be a form of self-indulgence. Instead of feeding into it, they sought instead to focus on addressing the cause of the pity, the judgments they have of themselves that give rise to it, and then accepting responsibility for working on the root cause of the problem, rather than staying in the emotion. Epictetus once said, "A man asked me to write to Rome on his behalf, who, as most people thought, had met with misfortune. For having been wealthy and distinguished, he had afterwards lost all, and was living here. So I wrote about him in a humble style. He, however, on reading the letter, returned it to me with the words, 'I asked for your help, not for your pity. No evil has happened unto me.'" In the face of adversity or personal setback, it is all too common for individuals to fall into the trap of self-pity, focusing on their own suffering and lamenting their misfortune. However, Stoic philosophy encourages us to take a different approach, emphasizing resilience, rationality, and personal growth in the face of hardship. They believe that everything in the universe, including human experiences and emotions, unfold according to the laws of nature, the logos we spoke about earlier. And by accepting this fundamental principle, we can better understand that adversity and setback are an inherent part of life, part of a natural order, and not unique to any one person. This therefore prevents us from falling into the mindset of the victim. We are not being targeted. We're simply living in a world in which these things can happen to anyone, and hardship in some form or another happens to everyone. The rationality of the philosophy also teaches that our emotional reactions to events are often the result of our judgments and interpretations rather than the events themselves. This view of our thoughts and beliefs can take irrational or self-pitying thoughts, challenge them, and replace them with more rational and objective alternatives. Stoic philosophy also emphasizes the importance of taking responsibility for one's own thoughts, emotions, and actions. When we acknowledge their role in shaping our experience of life, Stoics can resist the temptation to indulge in self-pity and instead focus on what they can control, such as their response to adversity and the cultivation of virtue.
All people, including all beings, are manifestations or disguises of the total reality behind this cosmos.
All you truthers don't understand that I had to look into my psychology to understand you. You're all belligerent combatives. You're all oppositional defiant. You all take up positions to find a cause to justify your meaningless existence. You'll fight anybody to act like you're self-righteous and true. And it doesn't get you good results, okay? When I see all these people who want to start all the interactions with everybody, not with God-given rights, not with the law of the land, not with freedom and principles, not with process on how to unslave ourselves, but let's argue over the shape of the planet. I start thinking you're a fucking agent. These people won't even listen to legal and lawful God-given rights, property and freedom and principles. You're non-credible. You're fucking inept. You have no self-awareness and awareness of others. You're defiant, right, and resistant, and you're not received well when you're out in the public. And that's the difference between you and I. Write it down. You're a fucking moron. So I see right through all you motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck what comes out of your mouth. Love and light, ascension. We're all coming together for truth and freedom. You're full of shit. People in the middle of nowhere who have everything they need and can co-create with nature and are in touch with the Tao, the way to the way, they don't consider you wise. They consider you be a bunch of mentally and emotionally ill folks who have personality disorder. I know why you do what you do. I don't care if you won't tell anybody. I know me, so I know you. You're not the centric point of this universe. All right, at best, if you want to be, it's an I am that am presence. Confront the cause and effect, bring the solution. You're a fucking slave. I and others have brought the solution. You won't embody it. You don't want to be a free man or woman. So don't come to me and tell me I'm raining on your parade because I'm doing what the fuck you won't. It's not that you can't, it's you won't, because you're a fucking coward. Because if you don't stand for rights, freedom, and principles, you don't get them. That means you've taken mine. I don't accept that. Right? I don't respect that because you don't have a right to give up your rights. They're God-given. God can take them away. You have to embody them. If you don't, you've done wrong. You're unjust. You're an infidel. I'm talking into your spirit. I'm talking objective truth. I'm telling you what the fuck needs to happen or else. When the or else comes, I don't want to hear it. Don't you want personal choice? Don't you want property rights? Don't you want an ability to defend yourself? Don't you want the fascism to end? I want to vomit how easy it is to mind and heart control the majority of these fucking slaves. You got to put the work in. You got to put the time in. You got to show up for yourself and others. You got to have conviction. You got to live your information. You ain't doing that. They're not sitting in a fucking hole for a year, viewing themselves and reflecting and trying to find a space of peace and empowerment. They're not doing any of it. The court doesn't know you. Policy enforcement doesn't know you. The DA doesn't know you. The U.S. corporation doesn't know you. The feds don't know you. If they do know you, it's for being a loser failure and fucking up your own affairs and mismanaging it and having to go to jail at best. This is way deeper than rap. This ain't about no court. This is about taking your soul and keeping you here for thousands of years. I suspect I can't prove it. Well, you can't be nice and kind and polite with these people. You got to be a godly, righteous man, and you can't be an infidel, and you can't be equally yoked with infidels. You got a duty to render aid. You got a duty to uphold God's law. You got a duty to exercise your rights. Why the fuck ain't you doing it? But we can get in our ego and compete with each other over bullshit, or we can really be honest with ourselves and each other about where the fuck we failed ourselves and our family and our future and our lineage.
Greetings, folks. We're back at it. Brian O'Shea is in the back. How are you, Mr. O'Shea?
Oh, I'm doing well. I have a beautiful black queen sitting in front of me. Who's pretending she can't hear me, but whatever. I don't want to make it awkward for her, for you, for the audience.
Right. You have to offer today.
I would like to yell and scream, but I can't seem to get outside the Starbucks and still have Wi-Fi, so I'm gonna have to. Maybe I could go in the bathroom and do it. I don't know. I'd really like to yell because I think I'm better like that, but whatever. I'm gonna have to work what I've got.
Right. All right. Well, if you want to do that, feel free. If not, I'm gonna move right into the docket. Right. We're gonna do the clip viewing together. This has become a clip viewing broadcast at times. It seems. I mean, how much can I talk, really? Oh man. Yeah, Mr. O'Shea, I might call it early today. I know I say that a lot and I never do it, but I might do an hour or two, cut out, get back to me. You know, whatever my life has become as a life coach, non-life coach. Let's see here. Relationship advice from a Russian mafia boss. Let's listen to that, Brian O'Shea. I'm sure we can all use a little relationship advice, no?
I have wife. I have children. They are beautiful and smart, and I love them. For safety, I don't show them in public. But I tell you my secrets, finding right partner. Number one, find person that have the same capacity of brain and soul, like you. Number two, find person not only attractive, but warm-hearted. Number three, always give more than you take. Always. Number four, do not spend too much time together. Make rough. Number five, remember, finding love is like playing a beautiful instrument. You need practice. Number six, become better, but do not ask for perfection. It will kill partner and you. Number seven, always know it will be hard. No matter who you find, there is no easy woman or man. So you have to be tough and with open heart at the same time. Good luck. Hustle.
Your thoughts on any of that, Mr. Brian O'Shea? Does any of that apply to you?
Fuck, man. I kind of missed a lot of that. I was looking around tabs and shit. A lot going on in my head.
What songs are they playing back there? What are they playing right now?
Right now, there's a beautiful woman singing some like classic. Sounds like a lady from like the 20s, but modern. I don't know. Got some like old jazzy kind of slow, Christmassy kind of feel.
Right. All right, I'm going to move on, Mr. O'Shea. We're going to go to San Joaquin Valley. We got some auditing. You know, that's been real popular lately, to Castro and others. Folks have called me an auditor at times. I don't think that I was, but maybe I was and I wasn't aware of it. Last time I checked, putting my hands in my pocket wasn't illegal. And then also after this, we're going to view the tape that apparently came out. Yeah, that guy backstage it's not a real person. Can you hold up two fingers? Backstage? Mr. Dan? Mr. Dan backstage, can you hold up two fingers? It's not a real guy. Yeah, great stuff. Trucker Dan trying to porn bomb me. Trying to put a fake video backstage looping. It's not going to work, sir. Appreciate you. I'll probably be out of here early today, so you don't have to worry. You don't have to deal with me too long. So yeah, we had the police training video. Apparently came out. Turns out they're training all the cops to do unlawful shit, illegal shit. Turns out they're training all the cops to act like mafioso. And apparently the servants aren't happy about it. Governors, senators, whoever it is. I didn't even see it yet. I just saw the intro. Some guy in a suit saying he's very upset that he found out that all the cops are being trained to pretty much be the world's largest gang. So we're going to view that story. We're going to view the video, apparently, of what they're training all the policy enforcement to do and not do, and just completely trampling the Constitution. So this was not only in the stack, this was sent to me by a tipster. All right, I have tipsters, and a tipster sent this to me. So first, let's go to the San Joaquin Valley. Well, maybe we'll be getting a look at some of the training procedures up close in person.
You gotta calm down. You can't treat the people. You can't treat the people like they're criminals.
I'm not treating you.
And they're all trying to hurt you. Officer safety. We don't pay you for that.
I need you to keep your hand out of your pocket.
What are you gonna do if I don't take it off?
I'm gonna detain you.
You're gonna detain me.
Yes,
That's gonna be
keep your
legal
hand out of your
detain.
pocket.
For officer safety, we've taught cops how to behave like the biggest cowards this world has ever known. Welcome back, folks. This video comes to you by way of a newer channel. His link will be provided for you in the description. It's a cold day out. You decide to record a police interaction on the side of the street. You're not doing anything illegal. You're not speaking to anyone. You're minding your own business. Next thing you know, a coward cop tells you to keep your hand out of your pocket. Last I checked, putting your hands in your pockets to keep warm is not a crime. But according to this fragile cop, who was in total fear of losing his life, it's an arrestable offense. We can't make this up, folks. Cops are not responsible for protecting the people. Case laws remind us of that. Castle Rock v. Gonzalez, DeShaney v. Winnebago, just to name a couple. So if they have no obligation to protect us, why do they pull us over for seatbelt violations? That's police hypocrisy 101. Rest in peace to all the kids in Uvalde. I would have risked my life to save them if I were there, uniform or no uniform. Shame on the cops who were too cowardly to protect the people from danger. And shame on this cop for either being a massive coward or abusing the officer safety nonsense to bully the free people. Let's watch this video. We'll pause for comments and I'll give you my final thoughts at the end.
In this video, we're recording an investigation of a car that later on gets towed. Later on, when I'm interacting with one of the officers, it escalates to disorderly conduct. When the recording is stopped, when I was placed under handcuffs, the gentleman looked at me and grinned and said, "You're the one guy who had a problem with this other officer." This gentleman's motivations were purely retaliation. During the whole time of recording, I was not deemed a threat until when my hands were getting cold, I decided to put them in my jacket pocket while leaving the other one out to record. I believe this officer couldn't have gone me for anything, so he waited for a moment where he could try something. That being when I put my left hand inside my jacket and I left my other one out to record. This is to expose the pure tyranny that goes on in this county, especially when it comes to retaliation and how they back up other officers. Surprisingly enough, this is the same officer who took my complaint form when I was dealing with another officer. This goes to show you.
Hey, man, I don't mind you filming me, but just keep your hands out of your pocket while you
Blow me. You know I don't got nothing on me.
I don't know that.
Come on. We don't pay you to be a pussy. Come on.
I know, but
You gotta calm down. You can't treat the people. You can't treat the people like they're criminals.
I'm not treating you.
And they're all
It's for my
trying to hurt
safety.
you. Officer
I need you to
safety.
keep
We
your
don't.
hand
We
out of
don't
your
pay you
pocket.
for that.
I need you to keep your hand out of your pocket.
What are you gonna do if I don't take it out?
I'm gonna detain you.
You're gonna detain me.
Yes,
That's gonna
keep
be
your
legal
hand out of your
detention.
pocket. Keep your hand out of your pocket.
There you go. What's your name and badge number?
183.
183.
183 time. No weapons, no nothing. The knife is gonna harm me. I don't know that, man. I'm asking you a simple.
Right here, I was detained and searched 6 times. Exaggerated.
County alcohol.
This officer was also disappointed to find out.
Privilege for me.
Later on, I was cited with disorderly conduct for constitutional protecting activity. This was all motivated by the retaliation.
What's your name, sir?
I strongly believe that.
What's your name, sir? So, what's your name? Do you have any ID on you, sir? Sir. Okay.
For years now, we've been helping smaller channels grow. When I picked up the camera and started recording police, I realized that I personally was not going to be able to go out and record every police officer throughout the United States. So I started highlighting videos and I started encouraging you guys to pick up a camera and record. I reminded you guys that I would help your channels grow and you guys reach out to me.
All right, that's pretty much it on that. I'm going to bring Mike up because he's in the back. And then we're going to get to the mobster cop training video that has apparently been exposed or leaked. Your thoughts, Mike Freeman? What do you got going on, man? I know you emailed me.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not aware of whatever it was you just spoke on. So I don't know.
Okay. Didn't you email me?
No, I did email you, but I thought you were talking about something else. You were asking my thoughts on something else. I don't know what that is.
Oh, yeah, no, I was saying, what do you got going on and what would you like to speak about?
Well, I wasn't planning on coming up here and speaking in front of everybody, but I got arrested this morning doing DoorDash. I got pulled over for the equipment malfunction. It was a burned out tail light, and I actually think it was bullshit. I'm pretty sure it wasn't burnt out. And yeah, I mean, the guy wanted me to identify. I asked him. Well, I'm horrible at telling stories, by the way, so that's gonna be pretty obvious here. But he approached me and he's telling me that he pulled me over for the equipment malfunction, and he wanted to see my license and insurance. Asked if I had it on me. I said I did, and he asked if he could see it, and I said, I didn't commit a crime. What's the crime? And it's just back and forth like that. Him telling me that I committed a crime, me saying, what's the crime? There's no victim, there's no crime. And he kept escalating it a little bit, and they ultimately called out like 10 police cars. There's a ton of cops out
For a
there.
burnt taillight out.
Well, the license plate light, it wasn't even a tail light. And I'm pretty
Not
sure
even the tail light. So the license for the license plate light, they needed to identify you, call out 10 cops, and then eventually detain you, arrest you. Fascinating. And what did they charge you with?
They charged me with the equipment.
What did they charge the person with? Excuse me.
Yeah.
Malfunction. That obstruction's going around a lot lately, huh? We got O'Shea on obstruction. We got the Castro. They're really dealing that obstruction charge out a lot lately. So why did you obstruct? Because you didn't commit a crime and they required identification that you wouldn't produce?
Yeah, they were insistent that I committed a crime, and I kept asking them, where's the victim? And then when they're telling me they're going to arrest me, I said, you're going to do violence to me because you refuse not yourself. You're going to do violence to me, for no cause. There's no victim. There's no crime. And it's just back and forth like that until they pulled me out of the car.
Well, let's go to this video because I think this is a good segue, and then we'll touch back on this. You're breaking up. You might have to get close to wherever.
I'm out in the country, man. I don't have very good signal out here for upload. My upload's super slow.
Right. You were saying it didn't go up?
It didn't go anything like how I wanted it to go. Like I froze up in the moment. I couldn't think of anything that I wanted to say. So I didn't say a lot of the things that I wanted to say. I didn't want to be one of those people who just sits there and says nothing because I believe in something here. I want to stand on my rights, and I can't stand on my rights and freedoms and, do what's true and what's correct and all that by sitting there being silent and ignoring him.
Yeah, well, they rely on their coercion, duress, and the intimidation factor to get you to get off balance. That's why I suggest that folks not codify, but to put on record, right, and have documentation that they can present, in the event that they're pulled over.
Was that I was
right
at the time, and so there's confusion about, like, if it's not really solid, the foundation that's not very solid. If I was not traveling, you've got a lot different, but you can just pick the dash without a way to do it.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Mike. Yeah, you're breaking up. Yeah, I mean, again, this is folks with beliefs using words and terms to try to corral man to be bound and latched by their belief systems and their feelings, and ultimately it's like, you can claim whatever you want. You can even have a chain of title with documentation, but ultimately it's your word against mine. It's your belief against mine. You can't compel me to believe something you believe. Right. And I know that this is counter to what most folks. Yeah. So again, if we live on a free land, if this is a voluntary land, right? If it's of the people, by the people, for the people, well, that means the individual man and woman. So ultimately, even their claims of commerce, having a monopoly on commerce and being able to regulate free trade amongst men and women is bizarre to me, right? There is no standing in that. And where they get their standing is U.S. corporation and its subsidiary corporations or corporate capacities, right? They know, like I know, they can't regulate the free movement of man and woman, and they can't regulate the free trade of man and woman. But that's not what we have going on here. They've taken words and terms to take back ownership of our movement and our activities in order to regulate them and generate revenue. It's completely a corporate takeover. It's an overthrow of America and American ideals and values for foreign corporate procedure, and parliamentary process. It's basically, the United Kingdom. The sun never set, right? Whether folks want to accept it or not, the reason Big Daddy Donnie, I believe, goes over to the UK and bows in front of the Queen, which the American founder said we don't do here, is because they have a special relationship, as he says. And what that means is they're all under contract, right? They've all contracted their rights away. They've all contracted into a public safety, political venue, parliamentary process, which is, you could argue, not only anti-human but anti-American. And this shit all, as far as my understanding goes, historically was birthed, UK, and places like that where they like to do monarchy and aristocracy.
Yeah, well, it's also hypocritical because he created hazards in pulling me over. He was going well over the speed limit just to catch up with me. And then when I was handcuffed in the back of the car, he was going 15 over, and like I was like, oh, he's turning real fast, stopping real fast. He was doing it on purpose to rough me up, I think.
Yeah, it looks like he got kicked. Yeah, you got weak signal there, Mike. But anything's possible. I don't know what they're up to individually, specifically. There's a pattern of behavior and plenty of evidence and facts here of where we're at. And how do you undo this at this point? Other than just, go forward, do what you believe is true and what's right, and surrender the outcome and be prepared to deal with consequences. You're deeply entrenched in fascism. I really, I'd love to give you a different rap that's kind of a bit more hopeful. Hope is as hollow as fear. We have to accept what is. So we're kind of really down the road here, far down the road, deeply entrenched in fascism, the merger of state and corporate powers. And the majority of folks, so much so, the majority of men and women now think the common law, which is actually common practice, is fascism. The statute, policy, and code of corporate bodies ruling over men and women implicitly, and arbitrarily. So, not quite sure what to say on that one, other than this is where we're at. This is what I'm going to do and not do. And I'm pretty much surrendering the outcome and the consequences that you may have to die or go to jail. That's the time in history that we're occupying right now. If you haven't noticed, right? I mean, the last 4 years was pretty much your wake-up call. As I've said, they're going to regulate with statute, policy, and code. They're going to entitle you to be non-essential and worthless and valueless. And they're going to treat you like lockdown prisoners. And you're going to, all for your safety, of course. Sorry, I forgot the last part. You're going to go right along with it, but of course it's all for your safety, right? So as long as that little piece, like it is every time there's a fascist complete takeover and degradation of culture and society, long as we throw in the for your safety at the end, everybody just kind of warms up to it. So yeah, sorry to be the bearer of quote unquote bad but true news of where we are historically on this land in time and what's liable to happen next. Right? I mean, are you watching the world stage? You watching the players, take their place on the world stage, purposely doing world war from every angle? Are you watching the economists purposely print up more money than ever? And what they did the last 4 years, put everyone deeper in debt, while all the folks at the top just double, triple, quadrupled their portfolios. So yeah, when we take a step back, it's just overwhelmingly clear that we're in some kind of matrix here, and there's at least one power running this world, if not two powers. I mean, you could argue everything here is a duality, so there's a complementary nature to manifestation. If one is there, the other's got to be there. And then you do with that information and that understanding what you will, right? Your thoughts, Brian O'Shea, before we take a look at the street cop / mafia cop training exposed, the real faces of America's police?
Yeah, no, I just want to thank our guest for coming out. Yeah, his story was very similar to mine. I mean, right down. Well, he had stuff. All I basically have is there's no injured party. So yeah, the fact that you just mentioned, maybe get some documentation, something written down that can be helpful in those situations, but it still doesn't change the fact that they attempted to hurt me and punish me by arresting me, and I only got stronger from it. So even if my charge goes wrong and they drag me into court and put me and lock me up again, I think I'll only come out stronger again. But that's remains to be seen. So either way, it's a learning experience, and talking about it with other people helps me understand it more and get more conviction in my heart, which is where it starts, right? You got to embody the shit before you put it on paper. Like, so that's my thoughts.
Yeah, that seems to be the game. It's not as important what's going on out there as it is in here, so to speak, inside of the beingness, and then realigning and realtering that. If we miss those opportunities over and over again, well, then we manifest the consequence from without. And it seems that that's what we have going on here individually and collectively on the world stage at this time. It's not like we haven't seen it before. It just becomes, a life practice of observing conscious and awareness in human form and in all forms, and watching what it does over time, right? Watching what it starts off being and what it becomes as a result of the nature/nurture and conditioning. There's no denying it at this point. I really, unless I've done the confirmation bias, cognitive dissonance, where I've echo chambered myself, I can not only not deny it, I can't see any other explanation for creation at this point. Right? I'm almost desperately waiting for someone to approach me to give me a world map or a mapping of conscious and awareness and how it works, and me to go, oh my God, I haven't heard that before. I didn't think of that. That's something that might be more true than what it is I'm seeing. But unfortunately, that's not the case so far, right? I guess we'll long game it, but yeah, I can't see it any other way than holographic simulation, pure mind and heart control B system matrix with a spiritual component that is now manifesting completely in the physical as a technological component from the quote unquote dark side or darker aspect of creation. Doesn't necessarily mean that shouldn't exist. We apparently need two sides of duality to have the creational manifestation, but some type of timeline, either being pulled towards something or pushed from behind, it would seem. Doesn't seem to be as random and organic and authentic and individualized as we'd like to think. This is something bigger going on here. You could argue a collective unconscious that's now becoming conscious, right? It's almost the revelation of the fact that the individual has thought that they are low self-worth, self-esteem, and pretty much hate themselves and feel like a slave in this realm. That's all I'm seeing. I'm seeing the subconscious state of the beliefs that the individual holds manifesting on a collective level. And it's rather concerning. I know it is when I look at self, right? Because again, self is self. One of the ways I came to this determination is like the intro said, I had to go into my psychology and sub-psychology and reverse and engineer it to understand folks out there and folks in the truth community. Right. And I can't see it any other way unless I'm projecting onto everyone else and it doesn't apply. It's one for one. Raise your hand if you haven't complied with statute, policy, and code out of fear. Raise your hand if you don't feel like less of a man or a woman for being told what the fuck to do in your life when you have a moral compass and supposed free choice and we live on a free land. We can go down the list. Raise your hand if you don't suspect you're being fucking poisoned by pretty much everything around you, right? Many times your own choice when we come to dietary habits and the rest of it, let alone what the fuck's in there beyond what we know or claim to know. So, yeah, they tell me I got to stay positive, and I go, I don't necessarily think that this is about positivity or negativity. I think it's about understanding what is. And then rising to the occasion to change self and change that dynamic. If not, you'll be overtaken. This is some kind of a holographic competition ground, it would seem. Where you have to win a war from within in order to win the war from without. If you fight what seems to be there to be resisted on the outside, you miss the lesson. Let me go to the fucking. Let me go to the street cop, mafia cop training exposed. Rather lengthy. I don't know how much we'll get through, but this is what your servants are up to nowadays. This guy, boy, does he look upset.
In October 2021, about 1,000 police officers attended a private police training conference in Atlantic City. About 240 of the officers were from New Jersey. We investigated this 6-day conference hosted by a private company called Street Cop Training. The training was held after New Jersey, as well as other states, had adopted safety initiatives and reforms to reduce bias and excessive force in policing. what we found was really disturbing. Instructors taught unconstitutional policing practices, teaching officers to stop motorists without a lawful basis and to illegally prolong traffic stops. They
Interesting.
denigrated women and racial and ethnic minorities. They promoted a warrior mentality and glorified violence. They belittled internal affairs. They dehumanized civilians. They made jokes about their genitalia and harassed members of the audience. And this training was paid for with public funds. Taxpayers paid for a training that normalized discriminatory and harassing
There you go,
behavior.
folks. And there's all the folks who want to come against me and others. You heard what he just said there. You think it was an accident that he used the term lawful instead of legal? Yeah, they're stopping everyone based on legal bullshit that they're revising every few weeks. There's no lawful reasons for any of this. And yeah, their training is making a war on the people. We know that, right? Oh, it's shocking, right? We're going to be shocked again. When is something going to be done about it? When is it going to be changed? Because now every time they get caught, every 5-10 years, whatever it is, just telling everyone implicitly to be warlike on the public, they go, oh my God, we're shocked. Look what happened. We never could have imagined this. Okay, we're going to stop it immediately. And where does it go, really?
By public servants who were supposed to be held to very high standards. These kinds of attitudes and behaviors inevitably lead to violations of constitutional rights,
No
to
kidding.
discrimination, and to lawsuits. And you, the taxpayers of New Jersey, pick up the tab. How did this happen? It happened because private post-academy police training in New Jersey is a free-for-all. There's virtually no oversight or regulation.
Yeah, there's no law and order anymore. We're under fascism. We're under lobbyism. We're under political science. We've lost the rule of law and order. That's why.
That has to change. This impacts all
Everyone's
of
in
us.
contract with the devil and the state of and the corporations.
I don't want a hero's exit. I don't want to fucking die at like 91 with hookers and cocaine around me, you know?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't that be your goal and objective? Like I'm on vacation in Colombia, money, and these girls like are not as wealthy and they need to do things to make money.
Yeah, there's all the inauthentic corporate males who display their dysfunction openly, proud of it. Who doesn't want to just be old and die pathetic with a bunch of cocaine and hookers around you? Trying to act like you're fucking Hugh Hefner, loser.
Whatever you call it. Okay. There is an approach.
This is who's running your society.
What's your name? How old are you?
Bunch of power-hungry, lustful beta males with no true value.
You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, there is like a little bit of a finesse. You got to be a fucking gigolo.
You're a loser. You don't have shit. You're in a world with low-level consciousnesses, and you think because you can get bozo women to fuck you that you're accomplished. Beyond embarrassing, beyond pathetic. These are every guy I've ever met in school and growing up that went to the party too that I don't respect. They never liked me.
And I just start spraying people with information. But today, you guys are just going to get the tip.
I would be remiss if I didn't remind you or let you know that I have a 3-inch dick.
I'm not the one with the
We
1-inch
know.
dick.
There's actually
Trust me, we
people
know.
around and will input into this website, hey, I just saw a fucking LV Series Pennsylvania. You know, murder, something like that? Hey, you got drugs in the car? I would never do anything like that. Yeah, okay. I watched this car come off the highway, and I fucked the shit out of the female driver. She doesn't want to fuck me back, though.
It's gonna be the sneaky peek, and you all know the sneaky peek. Every guy in the room right now is like, what are you talking about? It's like when you're there, and somebody walks by you, and you're like, don't look. Just don't look. Okay, oh, you know what? Hold on. Hey, what's up, buddy? Fake phone call. Okay, I looked.
Understanding pain, both physically and physiologically, it's important. When we understand what it does and what purpose it serves, it's just another thing that we can harness and that we can leverage as a weapon. I like it. You know, not like, hey, will you whip me later? But maybe, you know, like, maybe.
Every one of these douchebags thinks they're so cool and profound. It's really amazing.
Next person that challenges you about how we need to keep reimagining, ask he or she, him, her, she, him, whatever the fuck you want to call people now.
I'm from the Middle East. Everything is a business, even how we get married. You ever heard of the dowry shit? You know what a dowry is? I'd like your daughter. Can I have her? 150,000. You can have her all day long. You keep her. Don't bring her back. Middle Eastern folks in the class are like, dude, shut up.
Ago that we were drinking out of the skulls of our enemies. Like, I'm gonna fucking murder this guy, then I'm gonna take his head, then I'm gonna cut his head in half, and then I'm gonna boil his skull, and then I'm gonna drink out of that skull. Fucking rad, right?
I'm not sure the guy who's fucking recording you like, oh, I am not a citizen of the United States under fucking Act 12, 6. Shut the fuck up, right? Have to get pepper sprayed and fucking tased. Windows broken out, motherfucker.
Yeah. Yeah, someone's quoting U.S. Supreme Court decisions and the law, just fucking spray them and assault them. Yeah.
And I had a problem treating, gangbangers and the people that were the pieces of shit.
We're so powerful and attractive people.
That told me, well, Sean, guess what? That's a lot tissue you have, bro. Anytime you can come to one of these shitbags, absolutely do the best you can. Absolutely, because what if he gets hurt, right? Or she gets hurt, or he gets hurt? Then I can perform that flawlessly because now I've had some reps in. Everybody get that? Everybody with me on that?
Yeah, these are a bunch of deviants and date rapists who got a uniform and got some power in their life. All the losers who peaked in high school.
In the South, it's the Wild Wild West, South, wherever. You don't believe me? Run from Georgia State Patrol. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Okay?
We're the real man.
Run from me.
Where's Mitchell? We're the real man.
Somewhere along the chase becomes neither confirm or deny. There's some videos out there with me doing just that.
Yeah, it's a tyrant bragging convention. They just get around and just expose and brag on all the tyrannical, deviant shit they're doing up to. This is where we're at. They just come out in the open with it. So yeah, we're great.
Gas station, pops his hood up, gets out of his car. But yeah, in Jersey, we don't pump our own gas. They do it. Other people do it. So kind of like right from the beginning, I was a little concerned about it.
Answer your question. What's up the small rubber band? A little small rubber band. See that rubber band? Yeah, what's this?
Facial expressions. That's all I want. This was just a couple of rubber bands and driving behavior. Look at his hand shaking.
Do you have an ID, sir? Okay, can I see an ID?
That's not an 18-year-old kid dressed like Jesus coming eastbound out of Trenton. It's a 75-year-old black man, a change in drive behavior, came into a gas station, and I'm like, oh, what the fuck? And you know what? Shame on me, because I look in there and I'm like, oh, got a couple small rubber bands. And all I'm doing is asking, hey, what's up with that?
Yeah, this is what your tax dollars go to fund these guys sit up on stage and jerk each other off, circle jerk on their tyranny, and really just get off on how you're not shit and they run your life. Warriors. We got some warriors here today, boys.
Ask them a series of questions and make up your own questions. Something as simple as, hey, how you doing? Where you come from? You know, hey, where you going? Be real friendly about all stuff and just see how people answer questions. You will learn general baseline. And then when you ask somebody a question and the answers are just weird, you'll be so much better at picking up on it.
In Indiana, speed limit for trucks is 65, cars is 70. There's no fucking way that any car should ever be behind a semi if they have the ability to pass it. So when you do that, if you're coming through Indiana, I'm gonna fucking stop your ass. Like, he has the whole left lane to pass his fucking semi, but he's gonna sit right behind it. It makes zero sense. It's not logical.
Now they're just pulling people over for what they determine to be logical about how you choose to drive.
There's Kenny Williams, I'm sitting in the driver's seat. He's fingers fucking his computer, really just playing Tetris, not doing anything. And he's asking them very simple questions in the midst of, his investigation. Oh, so who's that in the car again? Oh, where'd you guys say you're going? You're going for a long time? I have family out that way. Making up a story and trying to engage them in a casual conversation.
This is training. This is training. This is a training convention.
When we get trouble by IA, when we lose our motivation, I parked a lot on all the negativity. How many times I got kicked in the dick because they didn't want me to go out there and hit a trap, and they didn't want to hit money. They didn't want to hit me killed. I hit 15 kilos. I hit 300,000. I'm still getting yelled at. I'm still getting yelled at.
This is
some kind of fucking thing on their shoulders or neck collar or fucking whatever. So, hey, we watched your body cam videos. We don't think you got a voluntary consent. Here's 7 pieces of case law, fuckhead. Stop trying to back the 19-year-old dispatcher. Get a fucking life. But we show up, especially when we're new, hammering out fucking tickets like they're going out of style. I don't care, bro, speed for speed, I'm saving your life. Shut the fuck up. Saving your life. We don't like to write, this is the fucking fun shit, like you see that shit on like Facebook. We don't like to write tickets, but we do because we care about your love. Here's a crash car. Yeah, and then every fucking friend of yours who you work with does 106 and a 50, and you stop going on a job. Yeah, have a good one, right?
shocking. They don't actually care about other people.
I know a lot of you have been waiting for us to give a statement regarding a report that came out last week from the New Jersey State Office of the Comptroller regarding the 2021 Street Cop Conference. And so I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to tell our side of the story and what really happened here. Over the past week, a number of media stories have come out related to a report by the New Jersey State Office of the Comptroller, which cast a negative light on street cop training and the content of our training sessions. Guys, we tried to work cooperatively with the OSC in this report.
Guys,
that was not part
what's with every one of these beta males with the watch on the hand, with the fucking skincare regimen and the fucking hair gel, all has the same fucking intro like Pathetic Warrior. Guys, Like, is that their like lukewarm attempt to try to relate with the people that are going to bullshit right now? Guys, you know, like your head salesman at the boardroom meeting. You know, guys, we're here because the team is meeting. It's about the team, okay? Guys, we're here for you. All right? We're just going to fuck you a little harder. All right? Guys, relate to me. Please relate to me. Please bond with me so I can bullshit you harder. It's just every one of these people. Do you really think we can't see through you? You do, because most of the public can't. The rest of us, do you know that we got your number, right? We can see who and what you are. We're grotesque that a woman would ever even deal with you because they can't see, right? We know who and what you are. JG, your thoughts?
Fuck 'em.
Just bring the fire, man. Just bring the fire in the next wave. We're going to have the great reset. Klaus was right. I didn't want to admit it, but Klaus was right, man. We're going to need a great reset. So, you know, this is 3/4 of males walking around the street, you know, thinking they're somebody, they've arrived, and they're just a fucking pathetic embarrassment, liar, cheater, thief, and all the rest of it. And they think because their hair looks a certain way and their pointed elf ears aren't like flapping like some type of Voldemort creature. They're not flapping right now, so we don't see that you're just completely degenerated evil scum. Make sure you like do a little cocaine and get on camera and fucking look right into everybody's face and bullshit and lie and then go, guys, what did we do? We didn't do anything. We were just up on fucking stage bragging about how we take rights and we use just hunches and assumptions to pull people over. You know, and we just like to do rape too. We like to fuck women who don't want to fuck us. That's the kind of scum you are. You get turned on by fucking a woman who's not into you. You know, this is what we're dealing with. Most normal men go, we don't want all this power. We're open to a little bit of power and influence, but not like this. Just stomping around, taking people's rights, fucking women who don't want to fuck us, and we're into that. You guys are the lowest form of life, seriously. You know, all that fucking fraternal shit you guys did in your little high schools and colleges where you all fuck each other and get indoctrinated, it didn't go well for you. It's not a good look. And every one of these guys walks around like they're getting just railed out. Like, you see how why does every one of these guys walk around like that? What is that? What's that walk where they look like they get fucked at night in the ass? You get this rigid posture. They're like, their knees are buckling. They're a little bit bent over to the front.
This is the fucking fun shit. Like, you see that shit on like Facebook. We don't like to write tickets, but we do.
Yeah, this is that, like, I'm so masculine and tough because I'm really a fraternal homo and I fuck my cop buddies in the ass. So much so I can barely stand up straight on stage. I'm too busy blowing SARS.
Like, their belt's too tight. They're wearing fucking jeans that like don't even fit them. They can't even function in what they wear. They have no style. That fucking dumb.
Yeah, it's just a loser failure robot who thinks they're attractive because they have money and hair gel and a watch. You know, this is where we're at. This is the modern day corporate male who just gets off thinking he's masculine by being tyrannical and pretty much beating up on a bunch of people who don't fight back. Great stuff.
In fact, we advise all
Guys,
that the material
totally in the right. I don't understand why you're so unthankful and ungrateful. We've done so much for you guys.
and we task them with having the accountability to
I can't wait. I gotta take a breath. Brian O'Shea, please take over because I gotta take a breath. I can't fucking wait. Pardon me. I can't wait till this all comes to a head and scum like you get back 1/10 of what you've been dealing out and we get to look at your face. Right? I won't be there. You know what comes next now after what you've all done and how you put it on display and insulted everybody. You know what comes next now.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Nailing it. Yeah, fuck these idiots, dude. Yeah, these videos just make me sick, man. They all have like, the same body type, like that same like workout fucking regimen, fucking fit body, fucking.
There's nothing more satisfying. I'll just put it like this, proverbially. There's nothing more satisfying than watching a tyrannical bully piece of garbage finally get their comeuppance, get what they deserve, right? Some might say. You know, like when you watch the videos of them come in and cut the uniform off one of these clowns, and all of a sudden that look comes over them. Oh, we're going to have to go to jail now. Yeah, you're going to have to live with everything you've been dealing out for your crimes and tyranny. Then they want to start crying. They're not so tough then. All this fake bravado, false strength bullshit. Beyond embarrassing.
Yeah, that's the beauty of how God works. Like God's probably like a gangster like that. Dude, he's gonna love to watch these fuckers get.
Oh yeah, it loves it, and that goes for all of us. It loves to watch the little boys get a little bit too big for their britches, pop shit they can't stand on, and then get checked and humbled. Fucking loves it. I'm only speaking about something I know about my walk consistently that I know is true for the rest of you. You're just too ignorant and arrogant to look at it. The time will come.
Yeah, because it's ego one way or another. Like they're dealing with ego. You know what I mean? And everyone's ego may look different, but yeah, God deals with it probably the same way.
Guys.
Operating procedures and guidelines in order to adopt them in a way that is in alignment with their state agencies and their state for which they work. We want police officers to have the highest level of professionalism.
Yeah, every one of the hairless men. Every one of these guys is either bald and hairless across their whole body, but they're all worked out.
I also want to say I'm so
we wax our bodies and work out every day, hang around nothing but men, and relish in dominating women and children. We're the real men. We're ultra masculine. Can't you tell by our waxed bodies that are all built up and shimmering, shining? Can't you tell by our metrosexual subconscious desires that bleed out in tyranny?
Law enforcement professionals be the very best they can be for themselves and for the communities they serve. That will be our goal as we review, reflect on the past, navigate the present, and enhance our plan for the future. The truth of the matter is almost 1,000 police officers know exactly what happened during the 2021 conference, and not one ever complained that there was anything short of great training. That's all we heard that week.
These are the guys that Slow State looks up to, right? Because he's one of them, but he's just a very he's a loser amongst losers. But these are the kind of guys Slow State looks up to, right? He goes, "That's a real man, just like my daddy." He's waxed his arms and his legs. He works out at the gym all day, hangs around other men, burping and farting and jerking off, right? And it's the pinnacle of masculinity and honorability.
These guys, like they want to look real. They can't just see real. It's like you can tell this guy's trying to have this great performance. He's trying to, look cool and fucking like a cool, solid cop. But he's not real. And it's wrong.
Yeah, they've got the pretend to be real game down, right? Oh, we're just regular guys. We're hanging out. We're on the streets. We're one of the guys. And it's like, you're not. You're not a man in any way. None of this shit is acceptable. It's deviant. It's grotesque. It's one thing to even do this and be this, to come out open and just flaunt it, and be prideful in it. It's just an example of their hubris, right? Joking about raping women on the side of the road as a police officer. You think that's cute and funny? You're the lowest form of life.
Yeah, I just look at their character, like even Stephen I would see people that were so phony and full of shit, and I would just break them down.
Your audio's breaking up.
Why so fake and phony right now? All right, is it better? Worse?
I think it might be the signal. I don't know. I can't tell.
When you're dealing with like phony cops, right? I'll be straight up with them. I'm like, why do you gotta be fake with me right now? Why do you gotta be, why do you guys gotta?
I don't know what's up with your audio, man.
Yeah, it's like they get emboldened by all the slaves that just.
It's called falsely empowered codependence. These men wouldn't be shit if they didn't have their little fraternal order and the system backing them and all their little tools to make them feel like real men. right? And the ego that's an extension of their tiny little dick.
Yeah, so many things deal with false, like false shame, falsely empowered. Like it's the fake, the false, the faux, right? That's what they call Jesus.
What actually empowered, inspired, virtuous man would get up every day, put that crap on, and stomp around and pretend to be something in front of a bunch of other beta male losers with equipment? Who does that? Who does that other than a broken child who's desperate for validation and status and position? These aren't men.
Who doesn't do it though? You know, who's not becoming a cop? People with fucking minds. We're on a different caliber. All these people becoming cops, they're so gung-ho about being a cop. Yet they're like distracted by insanity. Like you're lost.
Yeah, these are a whole generation of men brought up by women in the household, right? And they're just supremely disempowered and insecure, so they act out to try to get their power back, right? On folks who are defenseless. They don't do it with people who are going to give shit back. They do it the majority of the time with defenseless folks who they know they can get over on. It's a toxic feminine archetype.
Yeah, and they're molded, Paul. Like they're only getting worse. Become a cop, you're like, damn, this is crazy. 2 years later, you're the crazy cop.
Yeah, they got devouring mom at home that made them feel like they were the biggest and best little boy ever, the most attractive, the most handsome. Devouring mama and tyrannical father at home. I guarantee it. It's every time.
My dad was a cop. My mom was loving, right? But I didn't take the route everybody else taken. All these dudes, they stand behind their police, stand behind their father that's a cop. You know, we stand behind the community. We stand behind this. Fuck that, man. Now you can take a hard route, which is what I took. I took the hard route. I took the route a lot of these guys with, you know, police family members can't take. And I'm not trying to sound, you know, I'm not trying to boost my ego. I'm just calling it how it is. I took the route where it's like, dude,
Turn your video off, JG.
The fuck, man?
See if the audio gets better. You're cracking in and out, bro. You turn your camera off.
Why are you saying this?
Because it may help the audio.
I thought Jay-Z is just blown away that I want his camera off. So
yeah,
confused.
he always gets in that mode where like I'm insulting him, like I'm telling him he's ugly. Turn the camera off. I'm like, turn the camera off because it's better for upload download. We'll get better audio. He always thinks I'm trying to pull a move on.
That's the case. I'm literally trying to see what your motive is saying. Turn the camera
I just
off.
said it 3 times and you still didn't turn it off.
All right.
Wow. This is why JG didn't become a cop. Like, because he not only does he not want validation from the conventional system, he cannot cooperate. It's not possible for him. He's tried in the past. He's just accepted it's not possible.
Well, to me, it's retarded. Like, turn your camera off. That's not going to do anything.
Okay.
You don't get the concept that it may improve the audio. You don't see how there could be a connection there. That it's using more data to show your fucking stupid face than it would be to just play the audio.
Yo, Brian, fall back, dude. All right? We know you're retarded. Fall back, all right? Like, tighten the fuck up, man. Watch your mouth. You talk too much shit.
Did you hear the last part there? Because he broke up again. If he would just turn his camera off, we might be able to hear him better because he'd get better upload.
Yeah, you could insult me better, dude. I couldn't even hear your full insult.
All right, you two cops carry on, cops. All right, you're acting like police now.
Oh, here we go. Okay. You thought so, Shay?
I'm not here for drama. Not here for the drama. Let's keep it moving.
Okay.
Jack's hilarious. Also insane. Camera's still on. Very defiant. Yeah, man, you're all over it, dude.
Brian, you
fucking guys.
drink, bro. You're retarded. You drink piss. You're fucking touching
No one can hear
your
your
head every
insults.
time I fucking see it, man. I'm just like, God damn, you're retarded. Every fucking
appreciate
time,
it.
man. Shut the fuck up. You're not
And
hard. You're not tough.
if it
You're not smart. You're not sharp.
continues, you will not be welcome here.
That's you. And
So
that
what do you
Paul's
have
got
to
me.
say about that?
You fucking religious losers.
Fuck you, JD,
Fuck
and your
you.
fucking Pope.
Fuck your bullshit
Fuck your
religion.
glasses.
Fuck the Pope. I'll knock the fucking Pope out unconscious in the cage fight, which he
Right.
never answered my challenge. You get knocked the fuck out, boy.
Why is your camera still on, dude? Like, what's the deal? Just try
Why
it.
is the camera still on? Like, we asked him multiple times. Like, our camera's off. This is on.
Why is your camera still on?
I can't
Stop
hear you.
bitching, man.
Can't hear you.
You can hear me.
It's in and out. Now I can.
Guys are playing games.
Want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore.
Huh. All right.
Casio's neck is too big for his arms to be that small.
Paul's the mic that bad?
Yeah. What do you think? I'm just over here saying something for no reason? I was right in the middle of a conversation with you.
Sometimes you're over dramatic, so I'm trying to see if you're serious or not.
I wasn't doing that, bro. Mike, what's going on, man?
I drove to Starbucks. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone's at Starbucks for network connection.
Yeah.
We should just start doing the broadcast from the Starbucks. We'll just meet there.
It's actually the first time I've been to Starbucks in a while. No, but I had some more stuff I wanted to say. I wanted to kind of touch on what Brian said earlier, and also what you just said right before I hopped on here about the tyrannical father, right? The devouring mother. That's when Brian was talking about, it was empowering for him, right? For me, last night or early this morning, it was pretty empowering for me because I had that extreme tyrannical father who fucked me so hard in my mind that when I'm confronted with authority figures in person,
right,
I can't help but like feel that same fear that I felt with him. You know what I'm saying?
And what did your mama do? She didn't speak out against it. She didn't have it stopped. She wasn't an ally to you. She allowed it to continue because your daddy had something she wanted.
Well, my mom and my dad were divorced when I was 1. I've never known them to be together. They always hated each other. But yeah, my
Well, the
mom was
fake pimp
definitely
and a
like,
broken hoe 9 out of 10 times in these households. It's the unfortunate part about it. You got women who don't respect themselves with men who they don't respect, who have no true principles and value systems. They're only together out of convenience and for provisions. And because they're codependent and bonded somehow because they fucked.
yeah, and then they all just separate and, who cares what happens with the kids, right? With those little baby goats.
Yeah, like I said, it's just sub-psychological, if nothing else. A man can't love himself or anyone else if he's not truly free, if he doesn't have freedom and rights and principles and value systems. None of them have that. So they can't actually love themselves or anyone or anything else. And there's no woman out there who can archetypally respect a man who doesn't stand for those things and is willing to forsake that to get a few bucks. Everything is operating just as the masters want it to. Let's be clear on that. Folks are not living their own lives. They're completely uploaded and programmed.
Your dad was a cop, Mike? A sergeant?
No, my dad wasn't a cop. He was he's an engineer. He's like very, very precise in everything and, square peg, round hole kind of guy. Like before he'd beat me, he'd ask me what my malfunction was, But we're not going to get into that. Yeah. I'm being a little
Another
dramatic.
jerk off who hates himself, who won't live his dreams, who projects onto his child that the child's the one with the malfunction, right? That sounds familiar.
Yeah, and so, well, it's actually part of the reason why I'm getting into wanting to, stand on rights and freedoms, because I took that and I went and I joined the Marine Corps. I'm going to reveal myself a little bit here. I went and I joined the Marine Corps, and I was a tyrant for a little while.
Abuse
And-
makes a man, boy. Don't start crying here. All
And
right.
I've been feeling broken pretty much since I realized that I was a bad guy. You know what I mean? And so I'm trying to make amends. My unit logo, I was in first time 5th Marines, right? And their logo is make peace or die. And that means something to the unit, but I'm holding on to that because it means something completely different to me now, make peace or die in a completely different way. Like I'm going to do my best to facilitate peace, or I'm going to die trying. And I'm willing to do so because I think some people have to. I don't want to, and I'm definitely not the best at it, but I'm trying. And practice is going to make perfect. I just hope I don't have too much practice.
Right. What does the Tao say? We've gone over it many times. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? So you almost have to get a job in the system and be part of these bad men's endeavors to understand what makes you truly good or virtuous on some level, to go back to the world and teach other bad men how to be good. That's our purpose here.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like this morning, I wasn't even supposed to be able to get out when I got out this morning. I had to pay the bond to get out because I had dogs locked in my garage at home. I had 3 dogs locked in the garage with no food or water. So I was only planning on being gone like 4 or 5 hours. So staying there for multiple days wasn't even an option for me. And for whatever reason, I got into the jailer's head. He was former military as well, and I got into his head, and he was like, you know what, I'm gonna help you get out right now. I'm not supposed to do this. I'm gonna call somebody down. And he was trembling in the end. He was trembling and fumbling over the paperwork.
Because he knows they threw it all away. It doesn't matter if he felt guilty in that moment right there, because he had to look at you and his guilt got to him. They already know where they stand. They threw it all away. Everything they signed up for to put that uniform on to serve, they've thrown it all away. And now they want to do special privileges for special people, which is even more deplorable. Stand on your fucking tyranny. Lock everybody up. Don't let out Mikey Boy because he's ex-military and keep Paulie Boy in there because he ain't. That's not how justice works. You folks know you're not operating for justice. Then you want to let certain people out of the injustice you're all creating because you're guilty about it. How about just doing what's true and what's right? You ever think of that? No, of course not. They're too scared. Same fear they want to put on everyone else is the same fear that they experience day after day from their oppressors and their masters.
Yeah, well, it's because society's been divided so many ways. You know what I mean?
Mike, he couldn't justify it, so he got unnerved. He couldn't justify what he was doing, so they broke him down a bit.
Well, none of them could. Like the arresting enforcer couldn't even look me in the eye. I was there, and they were all standing in front of me, looking at me. A couple of them were laughing, and I wouldn't shut up about how much wrong they were doing. And he couldn't look me in the eye, and so I felt like I definitely accomplished something with him. I don't know what it's going to mean in the end, but maybe eventually it'll mean something. I plan on pressing a claim on him just to get back the money that I had to pay to get my property back and to pay the bond to get out. And I just want him to apologize to me. I think that right there is going to be almost impossible for somebody like him to do. Because I sat there and I told him like 100 times that he's planning on doing violence to me, and I've done no harm.
They don't care. It doesn't register with them. It's not registering. They're not living with themselves and in reality fully. It doesn't register. They're indoctrinated. They're like robots. That's why they're bringing in robots now to do the policing, because they know that the humans already become robots, and they know that there's a part in them that during this time may start to fold and go back the other way toward their conscience. They can't take that risk. So they've already turned these folks into biological robots, and the next step is they're going to bring in actual robots to do the dirty work that the humans aren't going to be able to keep doing without eating themselves from the inside out. You can't escape yourself and your conscience. You could try to numb it. You could try to fucking chemically, castrate yourself. and remove your conscience and your masculinity and all the rest of it, which is being done. But I just don't think that it can totally be done forever, right? There's going to be a blowback effect, and it's already happening. You know, we can see so many people are done with it, and we can see so many people on the other side are not willing to stand anymore on what they're doing because they know that they're corrupt and unjust. They can't even, like you said, they can't even look you in the eye and do what they're doing with a clear conscience. They know that they fucked up. They know that it's all over. Now they're just going through the motions, waiting for the inevitable.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah, well, again, their masters have a plan for them on the highest level, right? They're going to show them what all their fucking money and power and all the worldly shit that they thought that they had when it's taken from them, right? Or when they're forced to go through 3, 5, 10 years of Great Depression period, potentially, then they're going to relook at themselves and what they've done and not done and where their time, energy, attention should have been focused.
Yeah. You know, one of the most important things that I learned this morning was I was terrified at first. You know, I was like trying to keep my voice from shaking when I'm talking to this guy at my window, and it moved into this like sense of calm. The further it got, and I wish that I had this, you know, my little video that I took, but it's going to be on the body cam when I finally get the body cam. As I got more relaxed, I kind of just surrendered to it. You know, like I didn't care what happened to my body. My mind was still freaking out a little bit, and I don't know. I think there's probably more levels to that. I don't know if I want to experience those levels, but I thought it was an important experience to feel. You know what I mean? To just stand there and not give a fuck about anything about, you know, not letting them just trample my rights and fold. I didn't want to fold. Like at any
Yeah,
cost,
well,
I didn't
this
want to fold and
dynamic
just
is
let them
potentially
fuck
going to
me.
have to. This dynamic is potentially going to have to get a lot worse because at this time you have nobody of any good sense or good morale or conscience who is applying to be in these positions. At this time, the only folks you could speculate psychologically, subpsychologically, who are applying for these positions are already broken and corrupt. Right? So like once we start filling all these positions just from sea to shining sea with corrupt, demoralized, disempowered, uninspiring, robotic, demonic slaves, the worse the shit's going to get. And that's why we're seeing upticks. They're shooting people every other fucking day for nothing. People who are unarmed, people who are leaving with their back turned. They're gunning them the fuck down. I've never seen anything like this. If you look back over 20, 30, 40-year period, I don't believe, unless just because I do it every day, it feels like it's ubiquitous. I think it's getting worse and worse and worse. You know, there'd have been a time, 30 years ago where if you gave these numbers of 10,000, whatever it is, people shot in the street this year who weren't even fighting the police, they'd say it's unheard of. It's insane, right? They beat Rodney King that one time. Everybody was up in arms. It was craziness. Now they're doing it every day. There's 10 body cams per state every fucking day where they're beating on people, tasing them, shooting them all over non-violent offenses, traffic ordinance, and all the rest of it. It's beyond absurd.
Yeah, and they're also keeping tabs on you. They're also keeping tabs on you, watching every fucking movie you make. These cops become obsessed with people. You become a targeted individual. Paul, I guarantee you're a targeted individual these cops want to kill. Guaranteed. And they find a guy like, oh man, they'll kill him. Right? Oh, we finally got this guy. Fuck it, let's kill him.
I think it's all a product
I'm
of
sure.
this is not. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Mike.
I was gonna say I think it's all a product of the whole Trump movement. You know, this is MAGA country, like that whole bullshit. Before that, people were more outspoken, but now they're like back to blue, back to blue.
Well, that's what that was all supposed to do. It's more psychological operations to get everybody who was starting to be tired of the policing and the slavery to reinvest back in the system. I'm breaking up?
No, you were good on my end, Paul.
You're better now a little bit.
That's you, Sean. That's you, Sean. That's you.
Oh.
So,
that's you.
Yeah, that's what this was all supposed to do, is to get everybody who was getting disenchanted in the system and the slavery to reinvest back in it harder than ever. What do you think the whole thing about, like, the leftists try to say, which they're not wrong. I mean, it might have been over sensationalized, but historically, when they were saying, we think Trump's going to come in and create like a Hitler-like scenario, it's happening because everybody's losing faith in law and order. Everybody's confused that policy, statute, and code is not law and order. So once they have the daddy come in and then they see the corruption from the leftists, they think that the equal and opposite normal response is to double down and invest harder into statute, policy, and code and voting and upholding the law as they've been taught. It's all psychological blowback operations where they just string you from one side to the next, knowing that once they swing you to one side, you're going to swing back harder the other way. And they did this all. They're so good at what they do, man. I have to give them their respect. Whoever, whatever this is spiritually, before it becomes physical, I have to respect it because it's an expert. They're experts at knowing how human beings are going to react and then using that to carry you over, right? So, you know, they saw a rise in population of folks who want to travel freely and want God-given rights and freedom. So they got them to identify with Daddy Trump and Trump to identify with them and then criminalize Trump while also creating the fanfare for false patriotism, right? It's working perfectly. So now they can demonize all quote-unquote sovereign citizens who want God-given rights and freedoms. They can do it publicly through Donnie Trump and then connect all of it. And then they can make everybody get fired up to get back into that false bravado and false vision of Americana and that patriotism, that group-minded collectivism, false patriotism. It's working perfectly. Well, they're gaming everybody long-term here. And I guarantee you, not guarantee, don't let me get too far ahead of myself. I bet anything they're going to have an attack on this soil when Donnie's back in office. I bet anything they're going to do something that looked a lot like what they did in the past World War I, World War II, where they set up checkpoints across this land and look for people who are XYZ. And now you just have to figure out what the profile is going to be. If I had a bet, they're going to do it because they're already reporting it. They're already preparing everyone for it. We're election year. Donnie's going to come in. They're going to do another 911. They may do it interstate. They may blame it on migrants and whoever else, and they're going to use it to set up checkpoints nationwide and stop people and ask them if they're fucking terrorists. And we're going to go deeper. We're going to slip a couple more pegs into fascism and collectivism and communism and all the other isms because it's all really the same thing at the end of the day, right? It's just death worship. It's just anti-human, anti-life, anti-rights under the banner of patriotism. Right? And mob mentality. So they've done it before. They do it over and over again, right? Remember when all the documents came out? Oh, they let the guy come and bomb Pearl Harbor. Do we have to take it back to that? Do we have to take it back to every time they either make or let an attack happen and then use it to take everybody's fucking rights and freedoms again? But the slaves won't see it. They won't get it. They'll say, Paulie Boy's theorizing, doing conspiracy again. And I go, you don't know history. You don't know yourself. You don't understand conscious and awareness and the aspects of it and where it goes traditionally, right? It's called light age, dark age. Where do you think we're at right now?
Yeah, they're already pushing hard for Texas seceding, right? The Texit movement. Have you seen that? On the
and your boy Donnie and them need a fucking attack. They need an enemy. He needs to be able to repair his legacy, right, with the warp speed and the rest of it. So they're going to need a big bad enemy that they can fight consistently, pretty much on all places, to reestablish Donnie's reputation and credibility as a strong daddy. Oh yeah, you already see where it's going.
Yeah, I definitely think Texas is one of their next moves, though. Their little pimp game. They're tricking people into it by saying, "Oh, Big Daddy government's not stopping the migrants, but we're going to secede and then we're going to stop the migrants." But they can't see that next level to it, that this is Big Daddy government pimping them, because it's the same people still going to be in control of the state who are
right, and they play for both sides. So the leftists let them all in. And then the right wingers say, oh, my God, we never knew why this happened. They're all in here. Now we got to do something. Just playing both sides against the middle. So they're going to keep letting them in to make a nationwide national emergency where they can build more walls and set up checkpoints and criminalize everybody potentially and see what everybody's up to. Where's everybody's papers at? What are you carrying? Where are you going? And then like the guy said, maybe we rape a couple women on the side of the road. Maybe we take some fucking rights and some money and property. We're fucking gangsters out here. We're the real deal, bro. That's their attitude. They love it. They can't wait to fucking criminalize and demonize this public. They've already self-selected all the folks in the costume to be predatory and psychopathic. They're just waiting. They're like, please give us the order to fucking go full-on war with this weak-ass public. We want to eat them up anyway. They don't understand where that's going to go either, right? Historically. You know, they think that good people are weak people because they'll submit until there's no other choice. Then you're going to see the beast and animal come out of everybody, and you're going to be sorry you did this. So keep it up. Keep being subject to your own sub-psychological loop within a loop, the mandala, right? Because this is another historical loop that we're now living through. So just go ahead. Let this consciousness run through you, run a train on you, get everybody where we need to go like we've been to so many times before. You can't escape the loop. The only way to escape the loop is become aware of the loop and then sidestep it. I don't even know if you can completely do that by the end, collectively.
So I become undone.
I kind of like the idea of the whole non-combatant, non-belligerent approach to trying to facilitate peace with these people, you know?
You have to, because the next step is war, bro. We have to be non-combative and non-belligerent and forgiving and faithful. Because the next fucking step after this is we're going to civil war. You're already at world war. And if you think that this world war isn't going to give these folks the cover, a political and economic cover to do more war on the ground, that's exactly why they're doing it. They're starting a world war so they can do their games in every nation locally on the ground. And they can use the fog of war to get it done. Exactly what the fuck they're doing. They're going to make political prisoners out of a whole bunch of people on every land who want rights and freedom and principles if they get their way.
Yeah.
They're doing it in Haiti again. It's so fucking predictable. They do it the same places from the beginning of time, and they just do it over and over again. If you've been alive 40 years, you watched them do it over and over again. The same places. Declare some emergency, get their fucking mercenaries in there, start toppling everything on its head, creating a fucking a turmoil economically, politically, using the fucking mercenaries and the gangsters, funding them, giving them arms. They do the same shit over and over again. So they can then come back in on the back end and say, now we really need stringent fucking world government and the rest of it. Haiti's crazy. You know, Florida's going crazy. They'll just point to lands all around the world, little nation states and state ofs, and just say, what's wrong with the slaves worldwide? They're going wild. They're on more drugs than ever. They're fighting each other. The cops are killing them in the streets. We got pandemonium. We're going to need to bring in another system to stop the war locally, statewide, and internationally. It's obvious what Shaitan is setting up for, and it's almost impossible to conceive. Yet the last 4 years prove it. They told you in the middle of a mountain town somewhere what the NIH and WH is going to do with you. How they got that done? Mind and heart control. I never met anyone from NIH or WHO. Everyone else was doing it. So that shows you where it goes.
Yeah, I think one of the most important elements to their little deal that they do is dehumanization. That's what they did for Iraq. That's what they did for Afghanistan. They're doing it for Haiti, calling them cannibals. Maybe they are cannibals. I don't know in Haiti, but I've been seeing a lot of that. Same with like the
would it surprise
soft states,
anyone if Haiti
Go
was
put
into
soft state in one of those AI image generators. It looks like a retard with cross eyes every time.
Right. They use the public fool system and the media to keep folks dumbed down and working their wages till the IQ point slips so far that the average person of even room temperature intelligence starts to say, this is a fallen race. It's a slippery slope, like how I do here, calling everybody slaves, saying, God, bring in the fucking wave. It's even worked with me at times if I study myself. Where we have gone so anti-life and anti-creation on the whole that now the average human has been dehumanized. So when we look at ourselves and each other, we're not happy with what we see. And all it takes is for folks who believe they're better and that the same things don't apply to them to say, let's clean up the trash here, right? That's where we're at. So you got the inmates running the asylum, and they've already made a determination that we're all anti-human, anti-life scum, and that this is all going nowhere, and they're throwing completely in with it. You know, just like they do from the top down. Oh, humans are a scourge on the earth. They all need to be like reduced 3/4 worldwide. They've already thrown in with those people. Those people have already decided what's going to be done, right? And to be frank, they've helped to create a populace who is so dumbed down and worthless and meaningless and purposeless and lacking in principles that it's not hard to get folks to sign on to their extermination if they have no understanding of what the dynamic is. Because what's done to the least will be done to everyone. That's the game they never want to accept. So you can't accept that. You can't promote that. You can't champion that because then it's going to be done to you. How else could you explain these motherfuckers spraying these toxins in the sky every day? Getting up, going to work, turning on a little sprayer and flying around the sky, spraying toxic chemicals. They've already thrown in and identified these humans are like insects. They're like rats. They're like vermin. We're going to spray them down. And we don't give a fuck that we got to land the plane and live in what the fuck we just sprayed. So subconsciously, you're saying not only they're that, but you're that too. Because you got to live in it and around it. What the fuck you just did. It's beyond emblematic for the subpsychology of where humans are at and what they feel about themselves and each other, directly or indirectly. What scumbag wakes up every day, goes down to the water treatment plant and dumps a bag of toxic chemicals with skull and crossbones on it for everyone's safety while they got to go home and bathe in it? What type of a sick, insane freak does that every day? Well, modern day human man, of course.
Yeah, it's interesting to consider the theory that like a lot of these people who seem to do terrible things with no qualms about it live in some type of possible literal underground bunker where they just kind of come out and do their dirt, get their upload for the day or the week or whatever, and then just go back to their dumb base underground, their deep underground military base.
There's a lot of people out there who just don't give a shit if they hurt people. Some people like hurting people. I knew a lot of people like that at one point, where it was funny. Like the more you hurt somebody, the funnier it was. That's who we're dealing with here.
Yeah, we all have that in us, right? We all have a mischievous kind of joker aspect to self. The problem is when it goes unbound and just, uncontained, and it winds up overtaking the being, you could argue, like a demonic spirit, right? Like the Loki trickster god, where it's like, you have that aspect of self. We may work through that sometimes for whatever it is, part of our experience. You could argue we don't need that, but I've seen it in pretty much everybody. We have that aspect of self. We can work with that and use that at times. The problem is when it takes over the rest of the beingness, right? And we see it on here. I've been a part of it to some degree. I'm just open about it. I have a mischievous jester aspect to myself, and I use it to point out truth. And we all laugh at it because to me, I see it all as oneself. Like if I'm doing the jester thing with Brian, where he's poor and drinks urine and all the rest of it, the only reason I can do that with him is because I see him as the same as me. I don't see myself above or beyond him. Right. So then it just allows him to laugh at himself and his life, and us to laugh at himself and his life together because we all know we're oneself. Right. It's like it's not done from a place of I need to put you beneath me so I can feel above you. No, it's I see you eye to eye. We're on the same journey and we've had the same ridiculous experiences in life, and we could go back to that or forward from that at any time. So, you were saying, Mike?
Yours is just mischievous though, and there's usually like a method to your madness. I've noticed. What I'm talking about is the people who take pleasure in hurting people in the physical realm, like great pleasure in it, like the guys you saw in that video,
sociopathic folks,
like drinking from the skulls of their enemies and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, they say that shit because it's a fine line between being weak and also just broken and abused and traumatized and then acting out. So they say that shit for a fact.
Sorry,
yeah,
I'm bad at cutting people off.
No, you're good, bro. I do it all the time, as you know. I'm doing it to you here today. But yeah, man, they say that shit for a fact, and they like to live in that space to give them strength most of the time. But that's not who and what they really are. And if that's the whole of who and what they really are, well, then they're just that sick. You know, I think a lot of that's little boy bonding, you know, false strength bravado shit. You know, you get these guys alone and you get them tied up with their families and the rest of it. They're not in that mode, right? Just like anybody, all beings tremble before violence. The only time you act strong is when you're in a position of power, when you're insulated from those consequences. When you see that same thing coming back on you, you're not in that mode. And you're praying to God that it ends, right? So we got to be really real with ourselves and each other, especially in a venue like that. Don't put on false bravado and false strength and encourage everyone to get in psychopathic, sociopathic ways in order to survive, right? When it's going to cut off your ability to thrive. How are you ever really going to love yourself or others or have a connection with life, children, animals, and live as a human being if you think that your whole role as a man is to do war all day, every day? Without reconciliation, without resolution, without understanding, without peace. So you don't get points for that.
Legal violence, right? Like that was my big point this morning that I was pushing, that they're doing violence. It might be legal, maybe. Right? I can't make legal determinations, but you know, it seems like they think it's legal, and it's definitely violence. And I see them doing it all the time. You know. Sorry, I'm not sure where I was going.
I mean, it's one thing, like, again, Sun Tzu's a war master. Doesn't seem like he's psychopathic and sociopathic. And he'll tell you, I could fight 1,000 battles, but we go to battle with our head down. We're not excited to go to war. We don't take glory and pleasure in killing our fellow man. So not only would you kill in order to defend or secure an idea, but you would then hack up a body and drink from the skull. That's a different level of sick and twisted. That you're reveling and you're taking glory and harming your fellow man. That's not how we go to war. You don't fight a war like that. If you do, you're sick and twisted and there's something wrong with you.
That's retard.
Yeah, you're a cannibal scum, right? You got that Kuru virus in your brain. Them worms are eating your brain from all that meat you're eating from Kmart, right? Them worms from that meat got in your brain and ate up different aspects of your fucking physical brain. And now you're walking around like some type of predatory, sadistic, Kuru'd out scum. You don't even know what it's like to connect to other life. All you know is destroy. All you know is division.
Rape, pillage, burn, right?
Hey, listen, bro, I love it. You like it, I love it, because everything you fucking done is going to be visited onto you and your kinfolk. Not by me. I make a life out of staying away from all that drama. I don't want to be part of it. I don't want to be like you. Someone else out there who's just like you, and even worse, is going to give you your comeuppance one day. And they're going to teach you a fucking lesson about who and what you are and what you're not. See, these folks don't meditate on their mortality. They're just caught up in the game and lost in the sauce, right? Little boys like you, all of them cry, right? You get them alone with the bad they've done at night when they're sitting there with God late in the night, they cry. You get them tied up, powerless, without all their control and their buddies, they fucking cry and beg. You're no different. None of yous are any different. You ain't fooling me.
Yeah.
Yep. King of the Hill. Yep. Yep.
Dang it, Bobby.
Your thoughts, Brian O'Shea and others?
My man mentioned earlier about he was all keyed up earlier today from the interaction, and I noticed that through my process of pullovers to what led to me not IDing last couple times, one went more favorable than the other because one time I got arrested and one time I didn't. But like I know I've been noticing my heart rate leading up to the arrest, like because we have it on film. This, you know, Paul was talking to the officers when I got arrested this last time. You know, it was all live streamed, and one thing I could say is like I don't think my heart rate got elevated in the experience at all. Like from the initial lights going on to being arrested, you know, and even the sergeant, the dweeb as we've been calling him, you know, the guy speaking for all the big burly.
Yeah, the most effeminate male on scene was the one who gave the order by the end.
Yeah, and when he's like, you know, he's trying to have a heart to heart me as he's putting me in the car, and he's like, "You see, man, next time just comply, man. It's all like he taught me a lesson." I'm like, "No, dude, you don't get it. Like you didn't teach me anything. Like I'm gonna be better off. You're the one that has something to think about. Sit, and you know, next time you might want to do something different." So I'm trying to tell him, but I don't know. Like I don't know how much it sunk in, or whatever. Like you were saying, like you talk to these guys and you don't know what sinks in and what doesn't. You know, and
Yeah, next time a motherfucker runs up on you and your family in a back alley, just comply, right, bro? They'll say, "Are you threatening me?" No, I ain't gonna do it. I'm telling you, you're just too comfortable and happy in your false power structure, and the world's gonna teach you something at some point, and you're gonna see what the fuck you've been doing to others be done back onto you, and how the fuck it feels. And that's just gonna be that. That's gonna be your day of learning, right? So you know the betas wanna use the false alphas, right? The big burly guys, as you say, who are all misdirected and misled and broken. And then he wants to be the pimp. He wants to be pimp daddy. Oh, you see, Brian, you're a broken hoe. Next time, just comply. No, you don't understand. See, there's always one above the other. There's a chain of title here. So whatever you visit onto others will be visited onto you, and make sure you take your own advice when that time comes. Next time they tell you to cover your fucking face and take your treatments or lose your job, just fucking comply. Oh, wait, you already did. Right. And now you got to wait to see what happens. Now you got to sit to see and roll the dice over the next 3 to 5 years with your beingness and your livelihood. See how it works? That coercion and duress don't go one way. It goes all the way up the chain of title, and everybody's life is on the line in future. Good luck.
yeah, and that's why it's going to be interesting to see what Chili de Castro gets out of this experience over the next few weeks, the next few months, whether he changes or not, or because I would like to think that if I have the same judge and same charge, the obstruction charge, if I get, a similar sentence or worse, like I would like
Brian,
to think
do you see who's down there?
your dad.
Potentially. But Mr. Paul here says most of the costume creatures are there just for a check. Doesn't that apply to you and every other inauthentic corporate male here for the last 100 years? Stop me where I'm wrong. I'm not trying to insult you. I love when daddy's here, right? But let's just get right down to it. Isn't that precisely the problem? Remember how many times we had this argument? You'd say to me, Paul, like how Tom says to Pacino in the movie The Godfather, you're taking this very personal, Paul. The courts are filled with people who are just there for a check. I go, I know that's the problem. Is you and all of these males who are supposed to lead, guide, protect, and reveal and be godlike have all sold out for a check. You're not chasing your dreams. You're not activated in conscience. You're not co-creative. You're not becoming who and what God meant you to be. You've sold out your soul and your future and your destiny for a comfortable life that's also desperate, full of slavery and genocide and lack of awareness. So what's the difference? Again, I'm not insulting. I'm trying to bring awareness for all of us to what our problem is individually and collectively. There's so far and few men and women I meet who've not sold their soul and their future out just for a check and think that that's all of what life is about, right? First you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the respect. Turns out the respect never comes. They got you again. I get that, sir. Here we go. Now we're going to do the justifications. I'm not saying you're harassing people who are just trying to get by. I'm claiming that as within, so without. You can't expect to live a certain way and not be surrounded by folks living a certain way. That's not how this consciousness works. It's not how herd immunity works. I'll use one of their terms, right? There's a collective conscious and unconscious mind. We're all connected. So you're either going to root up the subconscious material, bring it to the conscious mind, create a 100th monkey effect exponentially, change the folks around you directly, indirectly by changing yourself, or you're beaten and pointing to the mirror image of who and what you are and claiming that to be the problem is the ultimate foolishness. Because there's only one self here. There's only one consciousness and awareness. If you won't do it, don't expect them to do it. Until every inauthentic corporate beta male on this land, a preponderance of them, starts going toward conscience, what's true and what's right, living their purpose and some meaning outside of a corporate structure, we're going to get more of this and worse. So there's no difference between the government and the people. As above, so below, as within, so without. The government, the people get the government they deserve. The government is a reflection of the people. Bunch of bought off, code following slaves in a hierarchy who appeal to political positioning and profits. That's it.
Yeah, and they live a life of pretend where they're in an illusion and they justify everything. Hey, my dad justifies this. He's delusional about this. That's all I saw growing up.
Yeah, your dad's in the perfect position to experiment with some of this stuff. Like if you took the plates off, if you drove around, got arrested and filmed
He doesn't want any resistance in his life, so he continues to live in resistance. What you ignore persists. What you resist persists. He doesn't want any resistance or challenge in his life, so he's not going to get a level up as a man. He thinks that the purpose of life is to make money and then wait to die and try to keep yourself as safe as possible. That's what the modern day man has become. The antithesis of a man since the beginning of time. They've turned us into beyond women. Women didn't even used to be like this. Go back and listen to the Spartan women talk. They didn't used to be like this. There's something happened. There's an extreme domestication submission program that's taken place, and the men and women are under it, and they don't even know it. And their whole life purpose is the antithesis of what God put them here. They're evil. Live spelled backward. How would I know? Because I looked into me.
Yeah, it's like, how you had that 1 minute video challenge? Like, how about like someone who has got money in the bank, they got a car, they could afford to get it out of tow. Like, do the one arrest challenge. Like, take the plates off, film the arrest, and call us from jail like chili.
These are people who've been brought up to think being a good man is being a good citizen. Being a good citizen means never being in resistance to your policy enforcement and your masters. They're not going to do it. They're too indoctrinated. Paulie's the black sheep. Paulie's the druggie. Paulie's the ghetto street urchin. Paulie. He's not a good citizen. He didn't vote this year. He didn't get income and revenue in public, so he's not subject to slave tax to fund all of our slavery and genocide. He's just not a civilized, domesticated, sophisticated, good citizen. They are.
Right. They want to keep their perception skewed. That's
right. In order to be a good citizen, you have to be a bad man. In order to be a good man, you have to become a bad citizen. They got you right where they want you, and you're not willing to rise to the occasion for God. So you're thrown in with the devil. That's how this works.
Yeah, like, can we get one other phone call from like someone that doesn't act like chili? Like, can we get the phone call of the person who's like, yeah,
Let's be clear, Brian. My father and them, we didn't grow up with as much of the beating. They tried that early on, and it just didn't work because, first of all, some of us have a spirit where we don't care about pain, how much pain you're going to do to us. We know pain is a surety here. We've been living it since day one. We're used to it, right? But our generation got more of the drugging with the mind and heart control, trying to castrate us chemically. But this is a generation who they were put hands on. They were put in fear all day, every day, beaten in their home, beaten at school. They've had the soul beaten right out of them. They're just like a domesticated wolf who they chained up and beat it until it became soul broken, and now it doesn't know itself, and it doesn't have its own nature and intuition. It just lays around and waits to fucking be fed or die.
Yeah, I mean, when you put it like that, man, it fucking starts to irk me, dude. It's like,
their own parents did it to them. That's how sick it is. Their own parents and teachers did it to them. Beat them and humiliate them into soul-broken submission for their state of masters.
How can you eat your meat if you don't eat your pudding? How can you fuck that up?
Yeah, and that's the...
Either way it works.
Well, this is all mind to behavior. And it's insane. And every fucking day, it's the same fucking shit.
Listen, don't do the thing where you try to prove anything here. We were all there. We know what went on. This is a long game. This is a practice, right? You're not being condemned. You're not on trial. I'm talking about the journey of becoming a man, which we're all apparently still on. Doesn't matter how old we are or not. We're all on the journey of becoming men and women in this life, it would seem. You're not just born that. You're not made that. You have to become that. It's a coming of age story. So we're not here to give credit or discredit. I'm here to point out a dynamic that applies to all of us. You just happen to be one of my firsthand examples of someone I've lived with. So please don't take it personal. And I'm not discrediting you completely. It's not about crediting or discrediting. It's about the facts, what is, and then the solutions to the cause and effect, and then understanding why it's all happening. So I get that. Finally, over the last 4 years, your dark slave masters pushed you so far where you finally had to respond like a man. I'm thankful for that, right? I'm thankful that my father and I finally got to bond before I killed myself on heroin, which now I'm off of over 8 years, right? And before he dies of old age or a heart attack because it's in his family. I mean, who knows? I could have a heart attack here. I'll die before him. You know, the point is, I'm so glad the last 4 years that the slave masters and the dark forces really went all in. So finally, my father and I could have our first real bonding moment as true men on what it's like to be oppressed, repressed, depressed, to be lost, confused, fearful, to be misled and misguided and corrupt, and to then decide enough is enough. We're going to do and be and have better. I'm so glad, Daddy, we got to live this simulation together after all we've been through. It's a coming of age story. We're finally coming into our own, coming into the light of truth, and putting back aside the horrible ways that we've been living and being because your daddy's forced you to. Now, imagine if we did that during times of peace when we weren't locked down, called non-essential, treated like trash, and forced to finally become men for a limited time, right? Imagine if we just lived that way all fucking day, every day, and said, let it be damned. Let the chips fall where it may. Wow, imagine what that would feel like.
Yeah, and that's how you try to
Hey, I know that guy
live
Champ, he
growing
doesn't
up.
come around
And then
anymore, right?
you try to be that way with everybody, Paul, and that's
Yeah,
what
my
you
bad,
want
JG.
growing up.
I
And
was
then
asking Paul if that guy.
We're really going to do this now?
Yeah, he's a little faggot.
I don't think he's doing it on purpose. I think you guys literally just had the same.
How can you be on
the
panel if you
same.
don't fix your mic? That was a good one. That was a good one.
Wait, you're now saying what you said was a good one?
Yeah, he's a little faggot.
No, what Scott said in the
See,
chat, he said, how can you fucking be on panel if you don't fix your mic?
Mike's fine.
Yeah, JG, you're basically Lubass today, so. Lubass.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
how
not
do
here
you
for
feel?
drama.
Like, how does my father
dude,
feel?
I can size you up, Pineal. Pineal, I can size you up, dude. I see like I see what you're doing, bro. Like, I'm not here for drama, man. So just shut the fuck up, fall back. What are you doing right now? Like,
I think he's saying that you have minuscule genitals.
tighten up with your little kid shit, man. It's just. This kid's a fucking
I
goof.
love
Like,
you, Brady.
I'd smack
why,
the shit out of you. I'd break your fucking jaw. We need balance because there's kids out here like you that just fucking constantly play games.
Ops, cops, dots, shots, knots, lop, and dops. You know about that, man.
Be careful, Pineal. I think I heard a train going past your house one day. So you live near train tracks, so.
Oh, fuck.
JG will track your ass.
Now, what if I had a small penis, right?
Oh,
what if I had a fucking really small penis? Like, the fuck, man? You guys care more than I do. My dick was half an inch hard. You guys care more
Well,
than
that's
I
the
do.
thing. Is Pina was expecting more, right?
On panel. How can you be on panel if you don't fix your mic?
You guys constantly want to use shit against people and break them down. You're as bad as the police.
All right. My
Suppressor
father just said it
antagonist.
down there. You could blame him. He just invoked Jack Talcott.
Don't do it.
Okay. No, he just did it.
Don't
He
do
already
it.
did it. He loves it. They love it.
Welcome back to Jack.
That's it. I'm calling it. Like I said, I'm calling it early. 2 hours and 15 in, and the rest of this broadcast is dedicated to Jack Talcott squatting day 8 of just no plan on changing himself in his life or getting it together and blaming everyone else. So there you go.
This
He
life
did it.
is a trip, and
I'm getting down. Thanks for letting me talk, guys. Have a good one.
This life, it can get away from you if you let it. Today, I am inspired.
Brothers and sisters, I'm inspired and loved to do absolutely nothing and expect more.
Oh, where do I even start? You know, here, you know what? Let's just start at the beginning.
Hey, dumbass.
Hey, dumbass, open it up. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link already for those who may be present and wish to join. I'll even drop it over here.
Look at this retard. I'm telling you. You wonder why I'm the way I am? I got all the good qualities and genius, and the rest is like from my father.
The invitation is set for.
You wonder why I'm so fucked up and retarded sometimes? This is where I got it from.
To get through, though, really kind of consider
The guy who idolizes Jack Talcott. My father says Jack is a life coach. He loves him and idolizes him. Now he's doing the poor Jack now. Poor Jack. So first he's a life coach. He's great. He's a good guy. Now it's poor Jack because you know he's insane and has no solutions for himself. Pick a side, man.
Today is smooth sailing Saturday. So blessings to all of you. Thank you for joining me this Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, wherever.
Oh, you're that big schmoozer? Would you say your dad's a schmoozer?
Complete sales douche.
To harness the
Yeah. My father's that. He's exactly that. Just complete sales douche, right? Just likes to, bullshit himself and everyone else. Just likes to go along to get along much as possible. Tell everybody what they want to hear. And then he has the other side of him, right? Tell everybody what he wants them to hear and then expect them to accept it. So yeah, I mean, this is the world they come up in, moving and shaking, hustling, got to make money, got to be in the corporate world, got to deal with a bunch of other disrespectful jerk offs who have no principles and values. He'd come home every day. I go, Dad, why do you do this yourself? He goes, this is what it means to be a man in the world. This is what you got to do. Get up every day, go to work with a bunch of other jerk-offs. He would come home every day just miserable. Like I'd sit there and I'd have a burden for my father because he'd come home every day and go, another jerk-off that I had to work with and deal with, is doing this, this, and this. And he can't figure out that he's in two worlds. Like his spirit cries out for him to be authentic and just chase his passion and be a man and not give a fuck. And he used that in sales, right? Because he seemed to not be as much like the other schmoozer, liar, douchebags to get sales. I want to believe that. That's what he says, and that's what I want to believe, right? But he just it's the middle grounding, right? They think moderation is good in this sense, and in this sense, I don't think it is. Right? You got to pick a side. If you're lukewarm, you get spit out. So, yeah, I watched him day after day go to work. I went to work with him, and I used to go to work with my father, and it would be the greatest thing ever for me at the time. Because, even though it was a burden to me to watch him suffer, it was tragic comedy. It's 4 a.m. My father's bringing a box of chips in. There's some old guy at the back door. He won't let him in. So now he's giving me the eye. Like, this jerk off does this every day. He doesn't let us in. Now I got to stand out here. He lets him in. Now it's, hey, we got to go through the box and count every fucking bag of chips. And there's 400 of them. So now my father's losing his mind. He's throwing the boxes around. He's pulling this shit out. And then you can tell he wants to do suicide or homicide badly, right? Like half his day is fueled by, I'm going to kill myself or someone else. You could just feel it coming off of him, right? And then, you got every other guy in there, they hate themselves in their life. They hate the wife that they're with. They just make a whole life out of fucking everybody else over all day to get some kind of false power back. You could tell it's a double-sided equation. Like that old man loves making my father at 4 a.m. pull out each bag of chips because he gives him power. It's like you see him every day. It's the same shit every day. It's never been a problem. But every day we're going to pull out every bag of chips because I'm going to let you know that I have power over you and I'm going to fuck you here today the way I'm not going to fuck my wife later. And rather than him learning and transmuting and transcending, he thought the answer was, okay, stop delivering chips. Go work for Yellow Book. And I go, no, I don't think that's it either. We're trading pack of jerk-offs here for another pack of jerk-offs. We're trading another false purpose here that you don't align with for another false purpose you don't align with. We're trading another hierarchy and structure of folks who are more likely not as competent and capable as you. They just got more, I guess, pride and ego. I'm sure I haven't been there all the time, but I'm sure my father, much like me, many times found himself in a position with a boss who was the biggest jerk off in the place. But because of the hierarchy, you got to listen to him. Right. And more importantly, because you didn't take the initiative or don't believe in yourself enough to outcompete that motherfucker and take his position. There's a lot of that going around. A lot of motherfuckers who are competent, capable, and intelligent, like my father, who really don't believe in themselves.
Says in the back chat, your dad just punched a hole in the drywall. He's punching walls.
Well, yeah, it's all happened. I mean, listen, you grow up in an Italian house, there's holes all over the place at some point.
No, they're saying he's doing it right now. They're saying he's doing it right now.
He's doing it right now? All right.
I just punch a hole.
Never go along. Bullshit. Is my father cursing me out? Oh no, my father's reliving the story. He's reliving the story about. He's going back to fucking Bill Greco, right? This guy. Should we get into this? I should bring my father. I see he won't come up here and have the talk. We could talk about Billy. One of his favorite, but he flashes back with this guy like he will get like Jesse Ventura rocking and shaking, flashing back to war. Yeah, man. I mean, those were the days, huh? Just Entenmann's, Tasty Cake, all that. Showing up there, these guys, they're just all slaves being abused. Some Italian mafioso who just has more money than pretty much, I guess, he's supposed to have, because whatever he's involved in, he's just running everything, abusing everyone.
When you're young, Paul, did you realize like with my dad, I realized my parents shouldn't have had kids. Did you realize that with your father?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Like soon as I came out of the vagina, I go, "What were you guys up to? What was that? That wasn't for you." But here I am, right? I'm such a blessing to the world, and I'm so redeemable for this lineage that it's almost worth it. Yeah, they're throwing coffee on each other at the job, beating each other up, throwing coffee on each other. These people are sick. They're all sick. Show up every single day to a place where nobody likes themselves or each other and just regularly harm themselves and each other for a check. And he doesn't know what I'm talking about when we talk about police. He was in uniform too, Entenmann's uniform, right? That's public service. And we saw what it was. Just complete, sick, twisted, corrupt, deviant people harming themselves and each other, desperate for a fucking check. I mean, you got to respect it on one hand, the ethic of somebody who can get up every day early and do that over and over again. It's either a testament to their will and discipline or their insanity. I'm not too sure. Maybe a little bit of both. But, you got to make a living at the end of the day, right? One way or the other. So, yeah. Somebody's got to bring the Entenmann's.
That's being a man, right? All these fuckers out here trying to be a man, but it's like you're just fooling yourself.
Yeah, I mean, on some level it is, right? You got to have an ethic to get up every day and make something out of yourself or make something out of the life that you're given. Produce something, create something, serve something. That is part of what it is, right? But, the place where we kind of miss the mark is getting up every day, putting your time, energy, attention towards something that only really serves Bill Greco and gets you enough to fucking eat for your wife and children, right? It's like, that's cool, but it's not.
That's like the rat race mentality.
Yeah.
That people are stuck in. Oh, this is being a man. It's being in the rat race mentality. Nah, it's not.
Dude, you got guys who he'd show up and, the rap would be like, when you walk in, this guy's going to be there. He's going to have this look on his face. He's going to have this outfit on, and he's going to say this. And it would be every day, right? These are guys who you see 25 years later, they're still working in the back of a supermarket. And they still got the same one-liners, and they're wearing the same goofy outfit, and they still hate themselves in their life, and they're just trapped. They're caught up. They have no momentum and traction in their life. They're not going nowhere.
Zombified.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's a fine line between doing what you have to do and then exploring what you're able to do. You got to kind of do this and that, right? This is why I say to folks, if you're living at home or you're young or you just don't have money, debts or obligations, responsibilities, take half your time, energy, attention to figure out what your ultimate purpose is going to be here in life. For career, if nothing else, we could start conscious and awareness and work the other way, or the other way and work backward. But you got so many folks spending all their time, focus their time, energy, attention on someone else's purpose and busyness, and they spend the other half of their time resting to do it all over again. Right? So take the time, energy, attention you have, live within your means, do without, right? Work part-time because you got to make a living, and then take the other part of your time to develop your purpose, figure out what it is, develop it, apply yourself, and mind your own business. That's the reality of what I see. If we're going to do the meet in the middle, rugged entrepreneurial Americana, not talcotted out with communism. You're going to have to make a living. You're going to have to serve something. You're going to have to create a product or a service. You're going to have to pay your bills, so to speak, earn your keep. So, oftentimes to me, it's like actualized and realized the way we do that matters the most. You only get a certain amount of credit in this game for performing a menial function that really drives you away from who and what you're meant to be. You could get the money back, right? We can't get our time, energy, attention back. So it would make sense we put our time, energy, attention on what we love to do, that we're good at, that makes the biggest impact, and also allows us to make a living, right? That's the win-win-win philosophy. We don't lose to win.
Can we listen to a phone call that's the opposite of Chile de Castro? Someone in jail who kind of working on themselves, working with others, sort of, dealing with whatever's going on there without being a bitch.
You want inspiration in case you gotta go. All right, I get it. Let's see.
Love Clay Higgins.
How about Max B?
Free Max B.
Platform, Spotify, Tidal, iTunes, everywhere. I'm so cold, Max Big Bell, we all over the motherfucking world. I'm on my way, man. Shout out to you, boy. Boogie, I'm on my way out, man. See y'all soon, man. You already know Max Big Bell.
Yeah. I'm so cold.
See, that's how you do it. Give a word to the people. Keep your head up. Keep moving forward. Do what you got to do. There's no crying in this. You cry on your pillow at night. That's where you cry. Cry on your pillow with you and God and your bunkie. When you're asking him to rub your feet like the Castro. Bunkie, will you rub my feet?
Was Max B a big influence on you, Paul?
Man, I've had a lot of influences, I guess you could say, but I wouldn't say big influence. I mean, it's more of resonate with. It's more of you see somebody and you see the way they move and how they live, and you say, okay, if I'm not that, then, I'm going to be that on some level. For whatever that means to you, right? It doesn't mean I want to do necessarily what Max B does the way he does it. It's just you see certain players in the game of life and you go, this guy's got something. The way that he approaches the situation, the way he takes what the world has to offer him, what he does with it, right? A certain level of surrender and faith while also holding the position. So I resonate with anybody who's like that in any field of any color. Max B might just be one of them.
I got you. It's all part of self-actualization.
Yeah, and then I mean too, like then you got to look at what the actualized and realized product is. You know, you grow up in that world, and in your world, hey, if I could do music and I can make a living, and I got women wanting me, and I got money, well, where's the problem, right? So you could actualize and realize into whatever the fuck you think is going to be the ultimate man, and then once you get there, realize, oh, this ain't it. There's a whole other bunch of aspects to life and creation that I haven't been looking at, you know, that I haven't been taking into the equation. So, yeah, you know, we could all resonate with people like that, but there's the same theme also that's present. If you don't humble yourself and come with humility, you're going to undo yourself. Somebody's going to fuck you.
And if they try to fuck you, you're probably going to end up killing them, and then you got more problems.
Yeah, I mean, the reality of it is, man, is with that psychology, the quote unquote ghetto mentality, it's hard to leave the block and then people behind. So the more you start getting successful on the radar, and the more you start having the old folks around you doing the same old activities, it's only a matter of time before they get you caught up. You know, so some folks will say, well, that's loyalty, that's authenticity. Maybe, maybe not. Because at a certain point, you know, the team has to establish who's the leader, right? Unless everybody's going to lead themselves and then share in that, which usually most things don't go that way. So if you're the face of a movement, if you're the head of the organization, well, then you have to make certain things clear what's going to go on and not, right? And then if not, say, well, I'm not going to be part of that. And that's oftentimes the difficult part is you take the hood, quote unquote, with you. You take the bad habits, the bad people, you know, the bad culture, and overlay of society, and you take that with you on the path to success and co-creation, and it winds up fucking you. You know, 50 Cent made a whole paragraph about that in the book he wrote.
I used to call it too hood for your own good.
Well, yeah, because a lot of times they think that their credibility and their credit lies with those folks from those streets. And in those areas, on those streets and in those venues, maybe it does. But again, the world is bigger than that, right? That's where you start to get pigeonholed to those streets, those kind of people, those blocks, those venues. You think that's what your identity as a man is. So now you got to play to that. You got to keep those folks around. You got to pay them. You got to keep them in good humor. If not, then they're going to turn on you, right? So let's be clear. A lot of folks who do that, part of their reason of not leaving it behind is fear, because they feel like if they give up their homies and the block and all the usual shit, well, then people are going to start hating and they're going to come do something to them for just leveling up and saying, I don't want this life no more. I don't want to be part of this. It ain't good for me. Even if I want it, it ain't good for me. It's part of maturing and growing, right?
Chief Keef, the drill artist, is a good example of that. He's one of the few that was able to leave Chicago,
Good at what?
go to another state, and sort of.
Yeah, sometimes you got to start over, bro, in life. Sometimes you got to pick up, go somewhere new, start over, and leave all the old people, places, and things behind, because it ain't working.
That's what I did. Sure, you did that. That's what I did. But the motherfuckers back in Philly, they're still salty. I still got haters. But they know I'll fuck them up or stab them up.
I mean, it doesn't matter. If you're not around them and you're not a part of what they're doing, then they can't access you anyway. You know, you're not in their world at that point.
I'm still in their head, though, mortgage free.
Well, listen, you know, that's how it's supposed to be. If that's the way it really is, that's how it's supposed to be. They're supposed to be in the same place you left them, doing the same shit that hasn't worked yet, and you're supposed to expand and move on, and they're supposed to hate on you because you're a representation of what can be done that they haven't done yet. Success is the best teacher. It's not about revenge. Success is the best teacher for everybody.
Yeah, but everybody's perception of success is skewed or, you know, profound. You got these people with this skewed view, and they look at you like, oh, this guy's not successful. It's like, your perception's skewed.
Right, it's subjective, right? For some folks like myself, if I woke up today, I'm not in jail. Even if I was in jail, I'd have a different set of conditions on what success would be. But I'm not in jail, right? I have my health, you know, for whatever that's worth. You know, like I could still walk around, move around, do what I need to do. You know, I have a pretty good mouthpiece on me, you know, fairly good brain and heart and all the rest of it. So yeah, man. I mean, if you could just get up every day, do what you love to do, that you're good at, make a living, stay out of trouble, and then when trouble comes, know why you're there and be able to get through it and onto the other side, you're in a good position.
I'm talking about really leveling up, like really stepping your game up. Like you said to your dad, you said, Dad, you never stepped your game up. That's what I'm saying, is when you really level your shit up, that's success.
Well, yeah, when you got folks like ex-root singers and NFL players and, big time truther commentators and a whole bunch of other folks who show up to listen and watch and talk with Paulie Boy, that's success on some level.
Who's the guy from the Roots?
Yeah, I
the
regret
lady
not
from the
hopping up
Roots.
on panel, man, because I hope she comes back. You think she's going to come back, Brian? You think
Oh, who are
Jaguar's
you
gonna be
talking
right
about
back?
from the Roots?
He just told you, and I just told you. There was some
Talking
woman
about
over
Jaguar,
here the other
right?
day, Jaguar,
You must have missed it.
part of the band The Roots.
It's funny because I met Questlove years ago at a club in downtown Miami, Brickell or whatever. Yeah, I hope she comes back. I had a lot of questions. I was just so busy at the time. And then the other time I was behind on the panel. I was behind like an hour on the stream, I mean. And then by the time I got caught up, she was already gone. But yeah, you think she's going to come back, Brian?
Yeah, that's the thing. Okay, you're asking him.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
he would know, right? He said he was in contact or something with her.
Yeah, I feel like she'll be back. Can I make it? Do you want me to influence it?
I mean, yeah, you got the nads, right? So, by the way, speaking of the Chief Keef stuff, I think it'd be a cool next Talcott clip collection. These bitches love O'Shea. Bitches love O'Shea, Piz, Jugsin, and Piss too, or something like that. Make it work. He's a genius. So
We need to get him a pimp piz cup, like one of those gold cups with diamonds all over it that he can drink his urine out of.
MC.
Cat Williams style, but it's O'Shea.
Oh yeah, dude, golden. Yeah, because then I got the gold particles.
Right. So that could be the bit. Is like Brian O'Shea's pimping, and he's Lord of the Blacks, and he also drinks his own urine because he's trailer trash white. But he's got a pimp cup, gold pimp cup with the diamonds on it, and it says Piz.
How about we get Cat Williams up here? Let's reach out to Cat Williams.
I gotta get the whole thing, the chains, the car, dude. Not that I need it just for effect. You know what I mean, I gotta really stun on these hoes.
My father says he'll give you $50 to drink your urine.
He's been saying that for months, dude.
You know he's really bored and fucked up. This is where he's at in his life. He's sitting here watching me do this and offering you $50 to drink your own urine. Get out more. Get out of the house.
I think Christos
go start that farm you put on the back of your book. He goes, one day I dream I'm going to start a farm and blah, 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 blah. He's sitting in a fucking subdivision development right now telling you to drink your urine for $50.
You should hit up Cat Williams.
He's basically one step away from human trafficking. It's very Epstein without an island. Content asshole. Why is he cursing me out now? Content, right? That's what I just did. You did it, and then I did it. He's mad about his content and he's mad about mine and not his. You're gonna tell him to drink urine for $50. I'm gonna insult you. What? We can't do content two ways. You're gonna insult him. I can't insult you. How does that work? They all have double and triple standards for how this works. My father insulted and disrespected Jack Talcott's hairline last night and said that he looks like he has AI hair. Like he looks like he has white screen head and AI hair because it was there one day and then just gone the next. It was hair today, gone tomorrow. Your thoughts on any of that? Your thoughts on the disrespect of Jack Talcott's hair and headline?
Yeah, he's looking like a mad scientist or something, dude.
Is that where we get the term headline news? Is Jack Talcott shows up one day, his hair is there, and then it's gone the next day, and you go, that's headline news. We have missing hair.
I'm tired of your fucking disrespect, Paul.
Hey, dumbass.
Hey, dumbass.
Much alike.
Hey,
I pulled
you
up
know
the
what?
video.
I'm not going to continue your
I
games.
asked you what your
You
fucking
can either
problem is.
grow up. Give me. I'm
love the
trying to
fingers and the
cooperate with
acting
you.
out.
I went and pulled the video up. I'm asking you what are you looking for? What is your
RCA's
deal,
face. He's not impressed,
dude?
Dude, look at Jack's forehead at times. It's massive.
You're missing the point of what is actually happening here
He's going
today.
full Costanza.
Jack should put like a green screen like slapped on his forehead, and then he could advertise on. Like
All right, you're missing out over here. We need more slave cot. That's what it is. You're missing out.
Had sex with your wife.
Not yet ready for me in his life. Maybe. I don't know. Well, obviously not. However, I know how good of a man I am. I know
Yeah,
how
Hitler
my
pretty much said
son
the same
was
thing to his
raised
son.
by a confused man and a confused woman.
I got the
And I
log
know-
right here. Hitler's last phone call was to his son, and he said, "I know how good of a man I am." Okay, I'm misunderstood here. You guys don't understand. Turns out, some folks might say Hitler was right. Folks like Kanye and others, I won't say that, but Kanye, I'm pretty sure, did, and others said, you know what, Hitler was onto something. You guys demonized him, you cast him out, you blocked him, didn't want to talk to him on like social media at the time, Telegraph. You guys blocked him on Telegraph, and it turns out he might have been onto something. They say, I'm not saying that. Okay, so you can make fun of Jack Talcott, say he's Hitlerian, say he has no redeemable qualities. There might be a piece of this story that we find out later that redeems him. Stay in the now, brothers and sisters. Get out of your
carrying
imagination.
around some confusion. And if he's about to be a young father, I'd love to try and offer as much support as I possibly can. And so if
The best thing
anyone
you can
here
do for a
is
child
willing
is
to
share your bed with them.
support for me, please.
Yeah, it's Jack
Anything offered
Jackson.
to him is
Jack Jackson.
Yeah, I think it's coming from a good place, Jack, in my personal opinion. And I think you just want to let everybody know that you're proud and that you want people to support them if they are willing. It's up to them. You're not forcing anybody. You're not really pushing this hard or whatever. But my question to you, Jack, if you don't mind me asking, is that how did you come across finding this information? If
John St. Julian sent me a
the
book.
site?
I Googled my son's name.
Did you
Oh,
ask
okay.
him
It's been a
first?
while since I've done that.
Did you
What's that?
did you attempt to contact him
Today? No.
since you saw that? Since before you doxed him?
What's up, Flo?
Hi. I'm up here to try to convince Jack, maybe not to continue to shit on his relationship. Do you want to have a good relationship with your son, or do you want to be vindictive because you didn't get notified? Because this is vindictive.
Right. Thank you, Slow State, for a year and a half in, finally pointing out what I pointed out to you a year and a half ago, that you emulate some of the same qualities Jack Talcott does to an extreme, because you both had the same kind of father and responded the same way to it, with ignorance and arrogance, rather than just looking for virtue and solution. So, yeah, imagine how fucked up and abusive you have to be and dissolute in every way, like, squatting for 8 days after not paying for 5 years, that your own son, a son now with a father, would not talk to his father about having a child. Now, my father and I have been through the ringer. We've been through it all. There's probably nothing we haven't been through. He never fucked me like Joe Biden did his daughter, that I'm aware of. He might have when I was younger. I don't know. These are twisted people. You never know with these people. But I have no memory of that. I have no reason to believe that. Possibly the gay man he left me with. My father was a real genius. He left me with a drunk gay man when I was too young to probably remember what would have happened. And I'm pretty sure he might have fucked me. Okay? So, not my father. My father didn't do it. It's not his fault. I think he fucked me. The gay guy who wound up getting AIDS later, who was a drunk. Yeah, my father left me with him to babysit, right? Real genius. That's probably why I'm missing large portions of my memory as a child. It's probably because that guy fucked me and we never found out about it. So probably warped me forever. I have huge chunks of my childhood I don't remember, either because I was born to a family with no mama and I was just completely walled up and traumatized. So I forgot things, or the gay man fucked me. The gay Puerto Rican alcoholic man fucked me that my father left with me. to babysit me, who also lived with another man, who used to fight with the other man all the time.
That's being a man. That's being a father. Gotta do what you gotta do.
Right. Now tell the truth. Now, whoa. He's doing it again. If you ask my father, everything out of my mouth is a lie. I'm making everything up. I'm on the spot. I'm just making everything up. I'm lying constantly. I'm making shit up. None of it's true and real. My father's a gaslighter extraordinaire. Right? And then if you get down to the details, he'll wind up saying that all of it's true except for one innocuous detail. Right? And that somehow makes it like different. He'll go, no, he wasn't a gay Puerto Rican man who fought with his mate that I left you with to babysit. He was Colombian. And I'll go, okay, you're right. I lied. I made it up. The Puerto Rican part wasn't true. He was there to help your mother, never alone with you. Okay. Well, like I said, I don't remember a big portion of my childhood. I just remember videos of apparently a gay man and another gay man being around the house drinking and being up to just deviant activities, beating each other up, stun gunning each other. And I go, if I had to guess, my father is just so fucking ignorant in some ways that he would leave me around these two or this guy and potentially get me fucked. He says it didn't happen. I want to believe it didn't happen. He was there to help my mother. Right. So you brought a gay, angry, suicidal, drunken, AIDS-infested man in to help my disabled, drunken mother. Okay. I see why. I see that logic. He goes, what's better than one alcoholic disabled person's? Two of them. I got that. I got it. See, I was lying about that. He wasn't there to watch me. He was there to help my mother. Sick. I'm sick. He's calling me sick now.
Gotta do what you have to do.
You gotta do what you gotta do. I think the gay Puerto Rican man fucked my father. Now that I'm looking at it again. My father's always in his feelers. He's always acting effeminate. I'm pretty sure that guy fucked my father sad. He's down there. He's just going down the list, right? I'm sick and I'm sad, right? This is what he used to do to me growing up. You're a very sick child, Paulie boy, and it's very sad that we can't achieve a communication here. Oh man, you can't make this up. Can we? Oh, there you go. My father's admitting he fucked the Puerto Rican drunk man. He didn't get fucked. He fucked him. Right. Now it all comes out. Thank you for finally taking accountability.
So Paul,
we're in a Lucky Pierre threesome. What's that?
Paul Diddy.
Yeah. You got to tell my father no. He will fuck gay men in the neighborhood. He will buy them beer and fuck them and bring them around to take care of his disabled wife.
We go shopping? I'll take you shopping.
You into Coors Light or what? Oh, of course. You're into anything. You're homeless. What am I saying? Hey, come to the house. I got a disabled woman for you to look after. And then they would like apparently do cocaine. My father tell me these people are so twisted. My father, and then they wonder why I turned out the way I did for a time. Right? It's like we could never seen this coming. My father goes, I would come in the house, your mother would be there drunk, and then Hector would be there drunk, and my uncle would be there sniffing cocaine. and apparently everyone was doing the cocaine, but nobody wanted to admit to it. Oh man, good times, huh? My father now, see, he'll say I'm lying. I didn't say he did it. And my father's also known to be a liar, like he projects onto me, so it's possible he did and he doesn't want to talk about it, but I tend to believe he wasn't involved with the drugs. From my own experiences with him, I think that's one thing my father wasn't involved in, is alcohol and drugs.
It'd be better if he was on cocaine when he was fucking the gay guy. You're saying he did it stone cold sober.
Oh yeah, he didn't need the cocaine to fuck the gay guy. That was just pure adrenaline.
Did he really fuck the gay babysitter? Did he really fuck him?
Listen, that's what he's alluding to. Yeah, I believe that because my father oftentimes is a very fearful man. So I believe the reason he didn't do the drugs is pretty much because he was scared. Like I was never scared. I was scared of living. I'm like, bring on the drugs. I'm like, I got to live here with you people. Oh no, I'm not scared of what the drugs are going to do to me. I'm scared of what life's going to do to me. Bring in more. Pile it up. All right, now he's getting really weird and gay down there. He's getting really weird and gay. He's basically showing himself to be a Ben Thorpe, right? Basically, this is where me and Grace start to really relate because apparently we have the same father. My father's probably worse than Ben Thorpe.
Is that a rhetorical?
My mother used to say that he was pretty much
question?
Tommy from Goodfellas. She was also insane, to be clear.
From Goodfellas?
What?
What character from Goodfellas?
Yeah, he's Tommy. Tommy,
right.
yeah, Tommy DeSimone.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't think it was quite that bad. My father did have a bit of an anger problem. He was a bit frustrated at times. I mean, come on. He had a drunk, disabled woman for a wife and me as a son. How could he not be frustrated? But, you know, he had a bit of an anger problem, but it wasn't quite to the level of Tom DeSimone from Goodfellas. Like, I don't think anybody got killed officially. All right. I know what that sound is. You guys need more Jack Talcott.
How do you flow?
Definitely
No. Okay. Wait. Whoa.
Well, he's about to
Please
pop
be
a
specific. Please be specific in what exactly you see as vindictive, because you're persecuting an innocent man here.
Sick of the
You
disrespect.
found something. And
Let's
you
go,
upset
Penal
that
Power
you
and Brian
were
and
not
others.
notified.
Christos, make Daddy
That's
proud. Get up
very-
on Jack's
that's-
panel.
Hold on, let me finish.
Give him
Let me-
what
let me-
for?
Let me
Okay,
just
yep.
Hold him
Okay,
accountable.
sorry to
That's very reasonable.
Remind him
That's
he's
a reasonable
squatting 8
response.
days in. Has no
For
plan.
you, not me.
Okay. Let's just move forward as if you did. You did whatever. You saw that. And you were unsure whether or not you
Low
should share
slave.
it. Why wouldn't you ask him in the absence?
Flo, how would I ask?
Slow State's living in the garage
That
now.
answers your question whether or not you should share it.
Hey, Flo, if you can't see my side, you can't see my side at all. You're just so convicted. I'm malicious and I'm vindictive.
This is malicious.
No, hey, Flo, you're projecting. None of my words brought any evidence of what you imagined.
Everyone hates me and
Just because
disrespects me.
You would behave that way, Flo. Does
Everyone's
not mean
wrong,
that it's
I'm right.
appropriate.
Stop disrespecting me and destroying my
put yourself
credibility.
in the other circumstance, for a second, Jack, and try to feel from somebody else's perspective other than your own.
Holy fuck, Moose. Tell you what, Moose, one time, put yourself in my perspective.
We have for 1,000 days.
One time.
We think you're insane.
And let me tell you what I think.
No, Flo, I'm not going to listen.
Bye.
I'm not.
Don't care.
I'll tell you. Hold on. I'm going to tell you what I would do if I was in your.
Don't
I'd rather
care.
have Flo. I'm sorry, Flo.
I'm surprised. I guess I'm surprised I'm back up.
I'd rather. He makes a choice in every moment. Who would I rather have?
This as an opportunity. There's a
Which
change in
lesser of
their
evil
life.
would I rather tolerate?
Oh, dear.
Because I'm
So
insane.
it's a good time to try to reestablish communication.
Right.
They may say no, but if you go ahead and insert yourself into their lives and then publicly display it, that's not a cooperative action. If I were you, I would clip it out and I would attempt to contact your son.
How?
Well, you were able to find the registry. I'm sure you
gosh,
can figure it out.
I have the solution, Jack. So you buy a present for your son, right? On the registry, buy a present for him, and it gives you the option to do a gift note. You can write a fucking note to him. When he opens the package, he has to read the note.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
I realize all of this Thank you. You
You're
guys have all these fucking answers, all these criticisms of me.
Not a criticism. It was just an answer to solution to a problem.
Yeah, you found problems. I'm saying fucking congratulations. Celebrations. You guys are such fucking assholes to me.
You know we're not up here looking for problems to find.
Differently, though.
Holy shit. Tell you what, give me a break from you, please.
Adios.
Thank you, Flo. Welcome, Denizen. How are you today?
Pretty good. What did I just step into?
Well, I started out feeling pretty fucking blessed today and sharing some faith and some joy. Then apparently I'm a shitty, vindictive man who's doxing innocent people and taking advantage of. I'm just destroying my hopes at my future relationship with my son. Apparently, no one can find any fucking joy for me to just. Hey, cool. The birth date apparently was last
Fucking
week.
Nick Volt.
Might be a granddad, Jack. How fucking cool is that?
That is pretty cool, dude. That's why I said you should buy a present and write a note.
Thanks for the advice. Appreciate you too, Moose.
Well, my father was a lot like you, Jack. He wasn't there for most of the years. So I'm talking from the son's perspective. So, you know, if you hear what I'm saying, it might be a little more useful to you than you think.
I'd prefer you left my experience today.
All right. Peace out, homie.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
May I share something, Jack?
Please.
Yeah. So again, like if you can easily Google this information, I mean, anybody can easily Google this information, really, right?
fuck?
And then that's one thing, and you know, you sharing on your channel of, you know, however number of people is just you want people, if they're willing to buy something or maybe even share that address with other people. So I don't know if you're going to get any kind of how do I say, like more viewers or accolade from people for sharing this. It's just very simple. Why can't it be just simple that you just want to share your son, and you're like 99.99% sure that is your son, right? It's Spokane, Washington.
It is, yes.
Okay, yeah.
I've seen other evidence to suggest that I'm accurately sharing the right names. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah. So anyways, I
Let
think.
me clean this up, Jack. I shouted fire in a movie theater, and all these stupid people. I'm the one that said doxed because you guys are retarded. I was trolling. Jack showed all of his viewers the Amazon list. Amazon will allow you to buy those gifts for this couple. You cannot get their home address, their children's DNA. Like, you cannot get anything but give them gifts. And the fact that even Flo came up here and tried to take that angle. You're retarded. You guys are on a globe. You're all on a globe, and Jesus is the one true God.
Okay, Tommy. We love you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate it.
Anyways, best, you know, of luck to them, right? I mean, like, you know, we want the best for everybody, right? Right, Jack?
Flo, you've got nothing positive to offer me. I'm confident of that. You can leave for the day like I asked. Tell you what, you show me what I received from you. I don't want what you've offered me, Flo.
I know you don't, but Tommy just talked about me, so I figured I'd address what he said. I'm not concerned. I didn't say that it was a proper.
I don't care. You can address it from your own stream. You're not here today. So, see, his selfishness. He doesn't give a shit about me. It's just obvious and clear. And then people want to say Flo really cares about you. Maybe his actions show otherwise. I mean, I've talked to him before about the way he describes me. You know, he disagrees with my beliefs, and so he mischaracterizes and defames me as a man, just as Moose has repeatedly done, and Paul has repeatedly done, and my ex-wife has done, and many others. Fascinating.
Why do you let them get to you though? You know, like, I mean, if you know your intentions and you know where you're coming from, and if people are like, you know, questioning you, why does it bother you so much? Just out of curiosity.
That's a great question. And it's something I've been asking myself. And actually, as you're right when you were asking, that's where it reminded me, time to chill out, remember what you know, getting lost in my head. I get frustrated, dude.
Like,
you don't know how much I miss my son, dude.
Like, it's like if you show frustration in almost, I'm not saying like that is always the case, but sometimes people feel like, or people sense that it's like, oh, maybe something of what I say is true, and that's the reason why you're getting upset. If it's not true at all, why does it, you know, it has nothing to do with you, kind of deal. I don't know. I mean, I get upset though too, and I'm not at a place to tell you anything about that, right?
Well, here's the distinction. People assume it's over what I'm hearing, and it's not. What I'm seeing and what I'm experiencing has been quite frustrating. It's been quite insulting and disrespectful. For the way the people to immediately assume the worst of me repeatedly.
I didn't think of you as
after everything that I continue to say, continue to offer, it's like the moment any imperfection jumps into anyone's thoughts, they want to rush to convict me. And I've had enough. But you know what? Praise God. It's not my will to choose. I don't get to choose what others offer to me. I get to receive what they offer to me. No, we live in a very selfish world. I'm trying to do stuff to change that. I believe the world can become a better place when we actually start caring about each other rather than just trying to prove each other wrong. This behavior that has become so normal on these panels, it's not healthy. It's not respectful. People are not actually thinking through their thoughts. And when we don't think through our thoughts, we jump to conclusions. When we do that, we typically end up pretty foolish. I've been trying not to look foolish. I've been trying not to get frustrated. I've been trying to find joy and celebrate in the best ways that I can. I took a chance today, and fuck, oh dear, man. Once again. Welcome, Brian.
Oh, how'd you know it was me? I was gonna do a black voice.
I'm pretty sure Donnie Yell. I don't think you have any place here, but I'm not sure. I'll take a chance.
Well, I don't know why you would say that. I never did anything to you.
Well, I've heard how you've discussed me, how you clearly have no respect. Well, at least the last time I heard you talk about me, it was clear you had no respect for me or anything I'm
Can you
doing.
quote what I said?
No. Do you believe I'm wrong?
In my humble opinion, yes.
Okay. So maybe you can tell me how do you talk? How do you talk about me? How do you describe Jack Talcott and what he does? I haven't seen you over here, but I know I've heard you talk about me. So how would you say
Not
you
in a negative way.
Okay.
Also, not in a positive way. I just gave my thoughts on the situation.
Well, I know you've offered conclusions, but you're not on trial. Welcome. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Yes, brother.
So what's going on with your hair, man?
Why?
I don't know, man. I think it's correlated to your situation. Stressed out.
Ryan, why are you here?
Hold you accountable.
Who told you to do
You
that?
have to offer me,
Well,
fuck
it
slave.
was a suggestion, but I
Right.
don't know if I was told. But
You're an obedient slave. You think you're free, but you're a fool. You're a slave to opinions, Brian. I've seen it. Actually, that's only partially true. You're a slave to your own opinions. That's for certain.
It's a strange hobby. Holding another man accountable.
well, I mean, he is squatting in that house, Mr. Mr.
According to what, Brian? According to what experience tells you to say that?
Is it your house?
Who am I hearing talking?
My
That's our-
name's Denizen. I'm right next to you on the panel.
Yeah.
Are you enabling Jack Dennison?
Hey,
No, I
Brian
don't
is
have the
not-
ability to enable Jack. He thinks for himself.
Correct. And Brian is not the owner of the house. Brian has no clue. He runs around trying to be like his daddy, Paul Unslaved. And it appears Paul's probably restreaming us right now. So yeah, we've got a greater audience than just those who have tuned in here. So thank you for doing that, Paul.
Restreaming you
Welcome
too, Jack.
Unslavia. And so I'm confident Brian and Danielle were encouraged to show up over here to, I don't know, play their stupid egoic games. Their stupid egoic games of, well, they're agents of chaos. That's what the flying monkeys.
See, I love how you just make accusations about me when I have yet said nothing negative about you. The only
Not
thing
here.
that, and you're just making wild accusations
That's you.
without even
Danielle,
without any proof. At
well,
least on my side,
appreciate it.
without any proof.
And
Fair
if it continues, you will not be welcome here.
Excused from those observations. I know the patterns of the flying monkeys I've experienced in the past, and I know Brian O'Shea is playing that role. So it doesn't apply to you.
You better stop
are
calling
correct.
colored people flying monkeys over here.
Usually are
We
very
know that's
cooperative.
coded lingo for racism.
You're narrow on
Stop
the line.
saying
but
that.
Maybe my
Stop the
disappointment
racism and
has
hate.
been so many of the enablers to Paulie's nonsense. You know, he'll go on and on, just absolutely destroying my name, my character with his false narratives, and you guys just lap it up. It's like,
That's
holy
you.
shit, man. That's
Do
sad.
you know where you are right now?
I'm just saying, Jack. You know, you got triggered when I brought up your hair.
No, I didn't, Brian. I didn't get triggered. The point is you're bringing up irrelevant questions. I asked you to explain the relevance. You offered nothing. Stop blaming. Start paying attention. Why are you here, Brian? I mean, actually, I know why you are here, Brian.
Hey,
You
dumbass.
are actually in a perfect place for you to learn. You could transform your life starting today very easily. If you wanted to, I could help you.
How's that? You life coaching?
Just simply helping you better understand you. And then, yes, I could coach you through some tips and techniques to help you totally transform your future. Today could be a starting point.
Do you have that life coach assessment that you Andy that you took before?
You mean the idiotic game that Paul played? He played some stupid. He made something up.
I asked you your
real
life
quick,
coach
and
assessments back to you.
because
And
he
you failed
wanted
them.
me to fail. He
How
failed
was
me.
that a game?
And then you guys want to play
You got
that stupid
completely tricked
narrative.
out of
I never
position
got
by your
into
own
the argument,
fucking
but yeah,
by
believe
your own
whatever you
fucking
want,
rubric.
Brian. You can either play your stupid games
Are you
and
serious?
continue enabling your daddy Paulie and believe me to be a fool, or Brian,
serious.
The only cost is your time and attention. I'm not trying to whizzle you out of any money. I'm trying to actually help you live a better life.
Whizzle.
So
I'm not trying to whizzle you out
world
of some
becomes
mizzle
better for
shizzle.
everybody.
Mizzle.
And that goes for
Is
anyone.
Talcott speaking
Anyone
Snoop
who's
Diddley
listening. Someone
language?
did reach out to me on Facebook specifically with
Talcott
that
speaking that
question. And
Snoop
brothers
street
and
lingo?
sisters, yes.
Chutch?
If you have interest in
Please see my
one-on-one
nizzle.
support,
I'm not trying to
reach out
whizzle
to
you
me,
out of
whatever's
scrizzle.
convenient, and we'll set up a time and the details, right? I just hope for a better world, and I know a better world is available for every single person. Every single one of us has room to improve, and as we improve, we create a better world.
Jake Tizzle. Good to see you, my man.
It all starts in
Yo,
your
Jake
mind.
Tizzle, come do an album with me.
Most people
I'm in the studio with Dre.
are controlled. They lack
Rolling down to Spokane in my 6'4". Jake Tizzle on my left.
Brian,
Nowhere to go.
I asked you what sent you over here.
Well, I answered you to hold you accountable because it seems like strange that you're in that house, you don't want to work, you don't really have a plan, your hair's acting weird.
Mm-hmm. Your confusion is your problem. You can resolve it. All the answers are right there. And the answers that resolve your confusion, Brian, are found in what you
Clippers.
chose
His
to
hair is
ignore.
weird.
See, and that's what I would help you with. I'm not sure every one of us who's not living the life of our dreams.
Your hair's
if you
doing
don't
weird
wake up
shit.
every
Your
morning fucking
confusion is your
ecstatic and
problem.
excited to be who you are, how you are. I'm not completely there, but I'm pretty damn close, and I got nothing. Right? I'm an illegal squatter. I'm
Earpiece is
homeless,
available.
Blah, 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 blah. My son doesn't like me, and nobody likes you, Jack, and that's why you're all alone.
That's
You
true.
fucking clown.
It's actually true, though.
Your daddy's in my mind. That's why I'm acting so foolish there, Brian. Hey, Tommy.
Hey, Jack, I've got a great idea. The rumor back in the day of Tau stock was it pulled 2,700. If you divide that by 2, that's 1,350. I say we send Brian back to his daddy and say, hey, do you see that Amazon registry? How about you take them 10 stacks you pull a month? You go drop 1,350 on my son's up and coming baby shower. Mwah.
I think that's a great idea.
Absolutely not. I will not take on Jack Talcott's other obligations and responsibilities and pay for his children's life and lifestyle. That's insane.
I know that.
Thank you for offering.
I know a young man and a young lady starting out having a kid. It can be scary. It's frightening. There's a lot of things you don't know. And I remember.
Tom, maybe Jack should get a fucking job and stop squandering all his money and make some investments. Then he could pay for his fucking children's lifestyle. You ever think of that?
How the hell are we going to get
what an idea, huh?
Needs to take care of it? The world is expensive, right? So, as far as that goes, Dominic, when you see this, when you hear this, you and your lady, congratulations. So excited for you, sincerely.
Paul, you should take your value and contributions that you put in thousands of hours a year for, many times with no expectations, always with no expectations. What I meant to say was oftentimes with no guarantees, right? Because I can't live in expectations, so I don't. That allows me to be thankful and grateful for whatever shows up. You should take what you put in all your time, energy, attention, and life's work for at 34 and give your value that you've helped to create to someone whose father will not do the same, will not work, will not invest, will not give anything, and doesn't have anything, right? So another obligation and responsibility Paulie boy has to take on because the other men in the room can't for themselves and won't. Like, God forbid I prepare my life to be successful and not have children until I'm like where I want to be in life, and then maybe have children and be able to take care of my own fucking children. I should forego that experience and that future to take care of a child who's been raised by a child. I should take care of both of those children now. Guy who's 60 and a guy who's 20 fucking 1. Great logic from Tommy, the communist collectivist, who wants to put his burdens and obligations on everyone else, just like he encourages Jack to continue to do. That's why you're sick and twisted, and that's why you're all alone and nobody respects you. You think it's everyone else's responsibility and obligation to give you a fucking living and a livelihood. Get a clue.
And I actually have a feeling that this may be something God allows to
get out of your imagination,
shift his heart as well. And, you know, I trust actually that I still have faith. Here's where I'm at. Sorry, actually, if anyone has anything, please go ahead. Welcome, Aaron.
Hey, what's happening, Jack? Congratulations on the likelihood of being a grandpa. That's pretty awesome. I'm glad that you found that out. That may I say that may be a bridge. That may be something that you can reach out to. And
you give these cretins their way with me online, I won't have anything by the end of the day because I'd have to pay Jack. I'd have to pay Tommy. He says I have to pay him now. I owe him for using his likeness. I have to pay Zetetic Warrior. He was another one. Right, I gotta apparently pay Brian O'Shea at times. He didn't ask for that. I offered that. The point is, if you give these folks their way, Daddy's really going to be running an orphanage where, like, you all have to pay the rent, and I just get to stay there and offer you love because I don't have anything else to offer at that point. Because I got like at least 5 to 10 people online who met me online who, and Brian's not part of this conversation. Like I said, I offered that. The point is, I wouldn't have anything to offer with the audience or me or what I do to Brian O'Shea and maybe others and myself in my life if I did what you all said. Because I owe Moose. Oh, that's right. Moose was another one who said he produced for me by showing up, you know, for a few months and talking with me. He was my producer. I owed him, right? I have so many folks I owe. I've forgotten how many I owe. If I really went over it, it would be so much so that I wouldn't have anything, oddly enough. It's a lot like communism and collectivism, where the folks who are creating, producing, bringing in value wind up with nothing because it has to be redistributed for everyone else who's not consistently. What a fascinating economic system. So you offer Jack nothing then, Paul? Pretty much. I offer the same thing he offers, ironically. When you offer him back the only thing he offers, which is himself and his love, which his wife and child don't even want, he says, well, what do you have to offer me? Oh, the same thing back, myself and my love, and everything that extends off of me pretty much. Well, that's not good enough. Why can't you solve my problems and change my life while not solving my problems and changing my life? Because I won't do what you tell me. I'll only do what I think or what I've done. Very bizarre. I can't get over this dynamic. Fascinating to watch these cretins come out of the woodwork and show who and what they are and how they live. You wonder why this nation is fucked. None of them can make a living. None of them can produce value regularly. And then they want to count on everyone else who maybe can, who learned how to on some level, to provide for them, to create a livelihood and a position and a life for them, that even their own women and children don't respect them enough in their life to create or work with them. But somehow Paulie Boy and others online are going to do it.
utilize as a, something that can, soften whatever the issue is. I think that happens a lot. So whatever these other folks are saying, it's pretty much out of ignorance. And may I also ask you, Jack, something very important. I think we've had this discussion, and I don't want to be, and I don't want you to feel like I'm criticizing you, but I do want to ask you something that's important. Why do you allow these people to poison your wine in front of you?
Another douche. Another douche who wants to pretend Jack's on some momentum and movement here. He's got something profound to say. He's got solutions.
Kind of a continuation from our conversation.
More bullshit. More padding of egos.
Scripture, in my opinion.
More yes manning. More ignorance and arrogance. More foolishness.
Jack, that's your question.
It
living the way
does
of
and it
Jesus
does not.
Christ, brothers and
Because I have struggled and I've been wondering where
Why are
is
you
this
letting these
line?
people detract from your
Where is the
message of
line
everyone
between
hating
being
you in your real
demonstrating
life and
grace,
getting nothing of value regularly
accepting
and being a charity
foolishness,
case?
and
Why are you
fools for
letting
who
them
they are,
detract
how
from that
God chose
powerful
them to
experience?
be? There's a line though, and I also within myself I carry the egoic responsibility of the stream. I feel responsible for what is being shared with those who choose to sacrifice their time and attention with
Right.
this. So I have been feeling kind of guilty about allowing so much chaos. And it is a good question about you guys are so short-sighted, so full of advice and so short-sighted. If your son doesn't want to have contact and you disregard him, a good chance you make it worse. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, I can I mention something about this?
Don't
Jack?
care about anyone else's wishes and boundaries. Don't care about anyone else's peace. I'm going to project myself into everyone's life because I got the answers. Same answers that got me
spend his life
excommunicated
trying to
everywhere.
achieve thing after thing after you finish an achievement, and a lot of it to do with other people and stuff like that, man. I think a lot of this attitude is of those people who are just criminal mind. They
Yeah, you're
are snitch,
genius.
They have fear
You're a
states,
genius.
they're concerned about what somebody's going to hurt them with, when that's kind of indicative to me.
No. This is your even again. I'm head narcissist in charge over here, and I'll tell you, your failure to do what other people wish and to observe their lack of wanting contact with you shows why they left to begin with. Because they don't want you watching them, stalking them, projecting into their life, micromanaging, being controlling, and lacking reason and sensibility, and fucking everything up and claiming you have answers. Right? Dominic Talcott wants to live his own life. He doesn't want to be famous and powerful like Jack and convince everyone he can be redeemed and so great. He's a young man. He wants to fucking suck a little bit. He's obviously having a child now. He's probably going to have to make a living. I know Jack doesn't understand that concept. And he's got things on the ground that he wants to probably do and experience absent of Jack's sickness and twisted perversions and projections being put into his life. So again, when it's obvious why he's taken that position and you still won't respect it and you still want to post his information up on a public platform full of deviants and miscreants and tards, if it gets back to Dominic, he's going to say, holy shit, I asked this motherfucker, my father, to stay the fuck out of my face and out of my life. Not only did he not accept my fucking wishes and boundaries, he went and posted my shit on a Tard Central website on YouTube with a whole bunch of broken folks in the chat box. He's not only not going to care about you and respect you for this, he's going to think you're more retarded and fucked up and sick than ever. And he's going to be more fucking humiliated and embarrassed than ever that you didn't just leave him the fuck alone and let him live his life different from how you want to live yours. See? That's a problem with a lot of parents who don't have their own value system and their own sense of worth and validation. They're constantly trying to live through their children, and it doesn't work for anyone. So you got to let go at some point. You got to let go and let God, and you got to focus on yourself and go get a fucking hobby. Go knit something. Go play bingo, shuffleboard. Go on cruises. Whatever you got to do, just fucking respect the motherfucker's wishes and boundaries so they can somehow, someday, respect you and value you and care for you back authentically without it being a forced value system or an authoritarian hierarchy. Get it? Right. It's called the way to the way, but you wouldn't know that. So you'll just keep doing whatever you want, getting horrible results and blaming everyone else for not understanding you.
Well, the only common denominator is them.
And Aaron's going to support it because he's another ignorant, arrogant, narcissistic hard like
belittle
you.
people or think less, not belittle, but think less of people who use particular vocabulary words just because they have a smaller understanding of how words are pronounced and so on and so forth doesn't mean they're bad. I know people who are very good-hearted and never done anything wrong and use the word snitch. That doesn't mean they're a bad person, but your analogy.
No. I that's not exactly what I was suggesting at all. No, it was the connection to what was being said on the panel here. So I understand your extrapolation of that, but that's not a real earnest response. It's actually kind of a disingenuous response because I think you know better. I think you know that I'm not.
Right, we totally like trust a guy who talks like this. I understand your extrapolation, but yeah, we totally respect the guy who has this put on salesman, stockbroker, affect type voice that's totally passive aggressive and arrogant, as if you're always in the know in the power position and you're going to talk down to everyone else. Mr. Radio voice guy, you know, we don't know if he's going to sell us an OxyClean bucket for 3 times over the markup price, you know. Or if he's going to like give us some enlightenment here today as he pads Jack's insecure, narcissistic, twisted ego, because he probably aligns with him and doesn't see what the problem is. He goes, I don't see what the problem is. Why my wife and child and your wife and child will not deal with us or even talk to us at all. Right? It's everyone else. You're bonding over your dysfunction.
Play this out. We're not debate throwing here.
So now you
trying to have
understand how my mind works?
Everyone's dumber than me. I'm the smartest one in the room, but I make no
How did I
sense.
behave? I haven't
Can't even
done
communicate a
anything
common
rude.
ethic or common sense.
Give me an example.
We'll move on for this because you can't actually engage with what's being
You're
said.
just not smart enough to engage with me.
Truthful,
Ready, League
honest,
Pal?
I'm being calm. I'm not raising my voice. This is my natural speaking voice. Also, to point out, I also have Asperger's. So how about you take the time and look up how they think and how they operate, and maybe you might come back to me and speak with a little more.
Please, if I may, Aaron.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Thank
You
you
may
for
have
please-
Asperger's, and Aaron has ass bangers. He's so effeminate and deceptive and manipulative. You know, I could just picture him there, like when he had his face up on that screen, his grotesque face with the little glasses, sticking his tongue out. Another effeminate, broken child who's so arrogant and ignorant. They're going to tell everyone else how to live and how to perceive and what their responsibility is. Beyond embarrassing.
He's slow.
Another freak show today. It's another fucking freak show. What else is new? How much longer is this?
I've reached a point in my life because of circumstances, I believe. Well, I'm confident God is using all of us, right?
Absolutely.
I just happen to have this message that inspired me along the way.
God's using all of us to
Live
create
without
one big
fear.
fucking
The
circus
way to
show.
live without fear is
You
with
can
love.
sit back and watch
The
and
way
enjoy.
you live with love as a man is the way Jesus showed us. Willing to die for that which is true. And not call people in to battle for us and with us, but, you know, to do what we got to do. Where I'm at now, guys, brothers and sisters, all of us.
Guys.
There is an amazing future waiting for us. I truly trust that when we start to have faith in God, God is that which is true. When we pay attention to that which is true, you know, pay attention to the truth, and we fall in love with the
What
truth.
does that even mean?
Right? That's the way of Jesus. You love the truth.
If God is that
love
which
the
is
truth
true, then
beyond
God is
all
also
else.
the devil and everything in between. What does that mean? Where's the clarity and conciseness in that statement? Where's the boil down? Where's the succinct commentary? God is that which is true, by default, making God also the devil and everything in between. No, that's why we say the all that is all. So what's your point? Where does this go? Sorry, I'm now looking for clarity and qualification with unqualified people who think they're overqualified for a job they cannot do, which is any job at this point. Sorry, that was me. I did that. That's
Not just
me.
your truth. but
I'm
God's
everything I'm
truth.
describing right now. That's all I'm learning. I'm the biggest
Truth
fool here.
is,
What am I doing here,
we
Pino?
are
How did this
made.
happen?
We are
Do you think both
so
of us could
much.
catch a
human
shift at
being, the
Applebee's
human
tonight?
body. Here, go
Be
ahead.
more
I'll
productive?
yield. Anybody. I could go on and on.
You were cooking,
Yeah.
Jack. No.
I seriously think there's a correlation between
Oh, he's
your hair
cooking it
and
right.
your
His
homes.
brain is fried.
There could be. I
His
came to this
brain is baked
realization
Alaska.
recently, right? I'm confident that God is using me similarly to the story of Jesus. Similar and
Christ
different.
almighty. Someone stop this. Stop it.
You really do not pay attention. But hey, actually, O'Shea. Well, no, I shouldn't offer that.
Just gonna say, well, we still got the shelter. You're welcome, but I don't know. So if there is some remote possibility that, you know, God could take a schmuck like me and then use me for a greater purpose, right? And that what greater purpose could there be than following the way of Jesus, willing to die in order for peace on this world to be known? And I certainly am. I mean, I'm not focused on saving my house. I'm not even focused on trying to have conversations with my son. I know those two things would be very helpful, but my focus has always been on Veterans for Peace, right? Ending wars, a ceasefire, like complete reform of the banking and political systems.
So does your son come before or after all that?
You and God, I mean, the people in this world decide. He decides.
Yeah,
Everyone-
am I
don't know.
tripping? I hate to like lean on the subject, but it is your hairline receding quicker as lately or what?
Yeah, it looks like it.
I mean, stress could cause that, right? If you're stressed out about the situation.
Yeah. There's a number of factors, and it could be a number of things, but it's not something I care about. See, Brian, I mean, look at you. See, the Bible is right. What comes out of us, that's what reveals what's within us. And Brian, I'm sitting here talking about bringing peace to the world, ending wars, ending slavery, you know, and also my family issues in this. And you want to talk about my hair? Are you friggin' Brian? Hello, where are you, dude?
You know, I don't know why you're so angry today, Jack.
And what makes you say I'm angry? I mean, I'm asking Brian, you don't find that absurd? Or do you think that's normal? You do think it's normal because you think like him, Moose. You guys are nuts. It's fucking crazy. You don't even know that you're confused. And you think I need to be listening to you. It's absolutely hilarious. Except it's not that funny.
That was funny when you said that. I don't mean to laugh. But.
I love you too, Brian.
No, but Jack, man.
Jack, what's the greater lesson that you're getting today?
Probably needs to bring lube next time.
It's more patience. It's more patience. But Aaron, I am so excited because here's the deal. Whether anyone helps me or not, the reality is God moves all of us. The thing is, most people will ignore ideas to help people. They'll find excuses or reasons not to help someone. It's the way the egoic mind works. But I know that God is that which God allows it. And eventually the heart will be moved. And I'm confident my son will remember the days of how close we used to be.
Jack, can I see that? You have a rat tail, I heard. Is it true? You have like a longer piece of hair in the back, or no?
No, that's untrue.
Oh. I used to have one of those when I was a teenager.
You remember where I was, Brian?
When what we were talking about?
Yeah.
Said your son.
Mm-hmm. You don't really care about my son?
Look back, and then you got cut off.
I mean,
Well,
like, why would anybody care about your son other than you?
Do you not care about other people's children? You probably don't. No, you claim to. So what kind of a stupid comment is that, Moose?
Moose revealing that those blankets he gave out weren't really for the children. It was for his own ego.
Do you have an answer?
I gave blankets to the freezing children. Who gives a fuck about everyone else's kids?
That was ignorant.
Yeah, you showed yourself again. No, that's who you are.
Thank you. Holy cows,
Man, and to think I thought you were.
You don't even
angry
care about your own child, Moose. Let's be real about it. None of you beta males do. If you really cared about yourselves and that child, you'd be better men. And here you are with this fucking crap, playing games. You don't even have your status and standing together on record.
It's like you don't care about what I want, and yet I still allow you to be around. And it's fascinating.
Jack, are you maybe trying to slay demons in front of you that otherwise you aren't? Is that what's going on, man? I mean, I think we've had this discussion before where you described it, but is that what's up?
Yeah, sometimes I'm I'm trying to figure out what is going on. Because
you know what's going on. There's something. It must be a full moon or something. Things are getting weird. I was being deliberately, intentionally.
He's whispering again. That means that woman's mad at him.
That's where
He's not allowed to talk in the house. He's outside whispering.
Something's in the air.
Something's in the air. Yeah, estrogen.
Well, I've witnessed this quite a bit, and I've encouraged people around me to please consider increasing your self-awareness. There is a reason that we have met each other. This is the path to the way. The path to the way taught by Jesus, taught by the Buddhas. The path to the way is through inner work. The inner work is found through self-awareness, paying attention to you in relationship to everything else. Everything else. Because there's really no separation.
Perfection amongst us all.
Sacrifice.
You think it's going to be like at the.
But
all right, I'm gonna go read Matthew. What is it? 35.
Chapter 5, verse 35 through 36.
All right, cool. I'll be back. I'm gonna go read.
That's how I won my
Get me
court
out of
case.
here! Someone get me out of here! I'm with a beta
that's the one
man.
that says, what is it again?
I want to watch Paulie's
In a
broadcast.
nutshell,
I
it
don't want to
teaches
be with
you not to
Michael.
make any promises
Get me away from
or
Moose.
swear on anything, not even on God's name itself, because it's a sin.
It is you giving your free will away. I love that we brought this here. This is what I've been observing and considering in this world that we live in, this realm of contract. Everyone's so fixed on contracts and oaths and allegiance and obligations. We're missing out on what life is all about.
But mic check. Speaking of life, mic check, mic check.
Sounded
How we
beautiful,
doing?
brother. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. JT.
London man about to shoot up the club.
The beta
What's
male
going on,
party
Moose?
now.
Salute
It's
to the panel.
official.
Salute to the chat room. Jack, did I hear you say you're going to be a grandfather?
It appears that way. It appears.
Okay. Talk me through it, man.
It's only information I've seen online, social media, and today I found a online baby registry with Bump or Amazon. I saw a picture around his birthday. It was in November. A picture with him and a young lady with his hand on her belly, and her belly looked a little swollen, so made me wonder. So prayerfully, hopefully everything works out with them health wise, and at some point, communication will eventually have to be restored. I can't believe it's gone on this long. I cannot believe it's been this long since people around me have refused to even have a conversation with me. But praise God, my thoughts keep growing in the thoughts of God's love. That's what love is. That's what life is about. There is a God who loves us, and the more you spend time thinking about the love that God has for you, the more loyal you will be to that God. And that God that creates each day, brings the sun, the moon, the stars, everything, the rain, the seasons, everything is perfectly ordered and shown for us. That God that shows us the truth of each moment of each day is always with us. And so is the love that Jesus showed, right? The love that he found, it's capable. We are all capable of love like that. Welcome, Tark.
How you doing, Jack?
What's up, Tarek?
Hey, what's up, buddy? Jack, I know you're very bright. I don't. Yeah, no, yeah. He is.
Here we go.
You guys don't understand.
It's a shit sandwich.
No, Jack. Not only he's bright, he's very patient, man. He's super patient. Because I'll be honest with you, like he sees through you, Moose. He sees the tactics. He sees where he's saying like, "Oh, there's 6 people on the panel. How do you think your son's gonna approach this stuff?" That's kind of like to me the way you're saying it, and you're saying it how you're saying it because you're good at what you do in terms of mocking and doing that. So I'm just shocked that so much patience from Jack.
That you would come up here and you would.
No. There's so much patience from Jack.
It's not
that
even.
he hasn't actually kicked you out of this thing.
He doesn't need you to defend him. He doesn't need.
Hey, I'm not defending him. I'm not defending him. But
He's offering you some feedback. Is what he's doing.
I'm rejecting the feedback. He's in his
Why?
confusion, and I don't agree with it.
Which part? Which part do you not agree?
The entire part about everything. The entire.
Right. Well, see, Moose, here's the thing. You're mistaken. You're choosing to ignore things you could be paying attention to. This has been my personal experience with you as well, my friend. I mean, it's why we haven't had real productive conversations, I think. And I would bet you're probably doing it with others in your life too. You're not actually paying attention to them, and then you're just thinking you're playing along like you are. But hey, that is part of our growing and development. Okay. And there's something happening in this world with all of us. The people I have been meeting, many, and I don't know, especially right now, I don't know a lot of the stories very well. I've spoken to a few of you, but I trust we've all been working on ourselves. We've all been becoming better versions of who we used to be. And that's what we're here to do. My eyes have become open to how to do that more simply. And the easiest way to become a better human is sincerely trusting that what Jesus was teaching, the red letters, that part is true. The messages of love, about being selfless, caring for each other, what he showed us. That's what it's about, man. And the future I see, as more people become aware, more and more people, it's becoming more common because of the the development in communication, the development in education. More and more people are learning about spirituality, about psychology. Just lay people are learning self-development, and they're learning about themselves. So pretty soon we are going to hit this point where the 100th monkey effect takes over, and people are just going to start spontaneously waking up, I think. And then when people start spontaneously waking up, where there were two right within, there was a conflicted one that's all selfish and angry and afraid, and that one will fall away, because the people will realize, oh shit, God's in control. I never had anything to worry about ever. I just didn't understand. That was my realization. I've been trying to train my mind to accept that fact. This is God's game. We are characters and players, and our choices are limited by our options. Our options are going to be limited by our ideas. So press, that's the key. Press into your mind, press beyond your old ways of thinking to discover the new ideas, the new answers. Find the truth that maybe was hidden in the confusion. Because the truth is that which heals us. Guys, I can explain this so many ways. Truth is God. God is truth. Those two do not separate. So if you can consider that, compare yourself to what is true.
I'd say the case is closed then, brother.
I think so. I think we are at a point today, right here and now, where we could legitimately put the word out around the world. Ceasefire, military, stand down. Inmates, prisoners, law enforcement, stand down, right? We're going to create a new way. We can overcome the divisions. We don't have to fight over beliefs or material possessions anymore. We can grow up and fulfill the prophecy. The prophecy is a return of Christ.
Amen. But respectfully, the prisoners already have to stand down because they're in cells.
Thank you for pointing out my misspeak.
Sorry, we'll work on that. I'll get you a better script writer.
I wish you'd look at improving yourself more than trying to improve me, Moose.
All right.
I think it'd help us
Point
both.
taken. Point taken.
Jack, if I may say, Moose knows what he's doing, Jack. It's not about improving himself. He's got an agenda, and he's doing it every day on purpose. That's
Oh,
my
hold on,
belief,
hold on.
and I wish him the
Hold on
best.
tight.
I do wish him the best.
No, from what I see, right, you got to remember, Moose, he was once, one of the other guys. But Moose has been in a good state for a long time. I think he's due for a little crazy spurt, right? This is just a little let your hair down moment for Moose. I'm hoping, it don't seem too radical what he's doing. He's just being Moose. I would.
Yeah, I concur. I've seen far worse from Moose.
Yeah, so
I seen a hostile takeover, and he took over an entire channel and locked them out.
There you go. He's blowing off some steam. He's been a good guy for a little while, so I let him just be Moose. Be Moose, man. Moose, big up.
London, I agree with you. He was way worse. But what's the intention here? Even though he's a little bit less than before, what are you doing every day? Coming here, mocking Jack, being sarcastic, being facetious with his words, and doing that. Like, what is it? Why are you doing that? Like, what is it?
I wouldn't say every day. Does he do that every day though, Tarek?
No, I'm not saying every day. I'm saying whenever he comes on with Jack,
We've noticed a pattern with Tarek though. Every day he comes on, he's always whining about how someone's talking to some woman in the wrong way, or how Paul is doing this or Paul's doing that. Usually it's another 30 minutes of Paul. I mean, it's
Paul,
every day. It's you're
I haven't
consistent with
mentioned
that,
Paul.
Tarek.
What are
I
you
give you
talking
that.
about? I haven't mentioned Paul like that. You're wrong. And I see where you're going with this, Moose, too. But Moose, you gotta understand one thing. We all see through you, not just me or Jack. Okay? We all see through you. We're just being kind and polite and loving and trying to tell you, please stop it. It's not healthy for everybody. We're all one self, right?
Praise
On the
God. Praise
macro.
God. I agree. I'll take
Yeah, but
that.
let's not be
Take that
fake. Let's
criticism.
not be fake, Moose. Let's not be fake and do the facetious, the sarcastic stuff with Jack. Jack, how do you think you're gonna feel about your son when he comes back? Is he gonna really hug you? Come on, like, are you really thinking nobody's gonna see that?
Yes.
Really?
Sorry. I appreciate that, Moose. That was seriously. Someday, here, Tark, I encourage you to, my
No,
friend.
Tarek is right. I mean, I'm gonna have to say, for once, Tarek is actually right. I mean, it
Tark
happens.
is right often. He's
It's like
actually
a blue moon or something happened. But thank you for opening my eyes.
So Moose, were you unintentionally? Did it just come unintentionally, or were you trying to jab and see what it would bring?
Oh no, it's just a free flow. It just comes out.
All right. So you weren't being malicious. You were just being thoughtless, kind of. I mean, I'm sorry to put it that way, but it's or less conscious.
No, full of thought. Actually, I was full of thought, and they were flowing.
All right, I hear you.
Hey, really quick message here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. 5 out of 5, 10 out of 10. CBC.
Okay, thanks. Over and out. You've got an out of control a-hole mod timing people out, or at least it's just me for fun. So
It might have been you, but you've been pretty rude to me, so I didn't really care. Do you remember what you said?
We can't be treating her like that now. We got to give her forgiveness, brother. Choose love.
When do I get forgiven or credit for my good? I mean,
Oh, you've been kicking ass today. You've been very patient, very
yeah,
kind.
I know, and
Yeah.
Forgiving.
you're not
what did I
helpful.
say? What did
I
I
don't
say?
know. I don't know, but I know often. I know the patterns, so I don't know. And maybe it was a result of what you were saying. Maybe you actually were maybe you were inappropriately insulting. Maybe it was unhelpful. I don't know, Linz. I mean, I can go back.
No, it's all right. It's not that big a deal. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I mean, this is
I think she was just calling for a hero, Jack, right there. You had an opportunity to step up and be that.
for why? She's been
that's
nothing
not.
but a critic of mine, dude. I mean, it's like Moose, you're such an idiot, dude. Go ahead and leave, please. I asked you to leave earlier, and you came back.
All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Wow.
All right, Jack. You know why. And nothing against Lindsay. She has some times where she says really good things and she's upfront, right? But you have to understand the tactics here too, as well. And I know you do. Flow State lately, just Flow State and Lindsay and Chuck been coming here pretty much every day, and they're they're taking little jabs here and there. Not much Lindsay, but it's like jabs here and there. So that's what they're doing on purpose. And Margot, Margot, like yesterday says, she's loves God and all that. Margot, what were you saying on the other panels about me and Jack? I mean, it's just the hypocrisy. It's unbelievable. But it is what it is. We'll leave it at that. Jack, I yield.
What? Well, hey, Tark, this is something I've been learning. You're right. There's a lot of hypocrisy. There's a lot of unhelpful, hurtful comments, and people don't think through what they're saying or doing. And trust in God, Tark.
Trust in God that people are revealing their own characters, and that includes ourselves. So how we react, how we respond is important. Okay. That's what I'm learning from
I agree, Jack. And I thank you. I thank you for that advice. I do 100% agree. It's just sometimes like sometimes I don't. I know you say sometimes you got to restrain a little, which I agree with you. It's just bothered me so much. Like so many people are attacking. It's unbelievable. And
All
you know
right.
I should hold back a little bit.
All
Yeah.
right. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I know precisely what you're talking about, and you will reward yourself when you stop letting it touch you. Okay, that's the lesson I've been helping myself with, right?
Dang.
All of this nonsense I've been seeing about me and hearing about me.
No, I think you've been really patient today, though, and I think that we need to commend you for that. Like you said, nobody ever gives you credit for the things you've done, and you know, my perspective on your son or whatever in the registry was different from multiple perspectives. I was wrong. You know, it is what it is.
Oh, hold on. Sorry, Jack. Yeah, to be honest, Moose, that is what kind of caught my attention actually, because I just remembered. Sorry, you just reminded me. You did say something that was kind of like, "Whoa, hold on." So I'm glad you pulled yourself together and you realized you did say something earlier about Jack's situation with
Yeah,
his
I
son.
was trying to figure out what got me in trouble, and I was like, well, that had to be it, because maybe I was kind of this very few. I was in the few crowd on the thinking there. But hey, everybody makes mistakes, so I forgive, you forgive, we all forgive.
How's Mexico going?
Oh, we're in Connecticut now. We're almost in New York. I mean, past New York. We're almost in Maine again. Praise God. Praise God. Sorry.
Travel safe. Travel safe.
Hey, Jack, I'm jumping out, but I just wanted to remind you that, like chaos magic is based around the fact that demons feast off of the good word and intentions of pure soul. And chaos magicians are drawn to those vortex. And I only use this esoteric example or metaphor to point out that when somebody is speaking really good thoughts and well-intentioned thoughts and trying to do their best, the darkness sets upon them as easy prey. And it is the timbre of their responses in that darkness that makes the strength and proof of that person. So I give you a lot of commendation, man.
You
And
see
I know that
that?
you're
And
constantly set.
you give Aaron a lot of flack sometimes, Talcott. He's got your back, brother. He's on the team, dude. He's part of Justice League.
Aaron's been very supportive. Thank you, Aaron.
I just support people who are well-meaning, you
Yes.
know, and you're earnest, Jack. You're going through a lot of shit that most people couldn't handle in a lot of ways. And I may not always agree on how you're going through this or what you're doing. It's not fucking my life. I've always been honest about it, about my feelings about these things, personally, but it's not for me to share on panel because that's also the difference between understanding what's appropriate and not is you and I have had these conversations privately. So you know how I feel. And otherwise, I just want to say commendation and totally I got you back on this. But also, don't forget, the demons love the light because they feast off the fucking energy. So,
Look,
anyways,
dude, when Neuralink comes
love
out,
you guys.
Aaron, I'm gonna get
Yeah.
Peace out.
Neuralink.
Nice one, Aaron.
I'm getting
Right on.
Neuralink
Thanks, London.
strapped to the back of my head, so that way I can make sure that I'm always correct.
Man, I'm afraid for all of the people that get hacked the first time with Neuralink. But anyways,
Nah,
it's a
no
different
way,
subject.
dude.
Peace, y'all.
I would come in every time I come into a room, I'll be able to read it. I'll be like, "Oh, Talcott wants me to shut up." All right. Oh, shut up.
Hey, Melanie, blessings. Thank you. Thank you for the contributions.
Yeah, that
You know,
$3 from the cold old Melanie.
Hey, many people, guys, every one of us
We're all
is
fighting
playing
each other for something.
every one of us is playing a special part in the experience of each other. And Melanie has been very inspiring, very encouraging. I chased her idea that through her participation, I found my way to the Kendra G show, right? Which it's probably time to go on there again.
Uh-oh.
But we'll see what the future brings.
Uh-oh.
I'm digging it. I'm digging it. I think that your future is going to bring some great things. I think you're going to lose it all to gain it all.
Moose, I'm actually, it's no lie. I'm counting on this.
I like that.
My faith is in God, that God really is using me for the purpose of, well, glorifying God. My life has so many similarities to many different stories in the Bible. So I humbled myself. All right, what if? What if?
I wish I could make you more selfish, Jack.
I don't want to be more selfish. I want to be more selfless. And I'm not sure where the line is yet, to be honest. It feels so good to give. But the thing is we do need to give in the right ways. I've seen people, I've seen good-hearted people that are just confused and they're just throwing money away. Well, praise God. It's God moving all things, but I see people giving out of guilt, not out of thought, not out of consideration, not even out of hope or out of faith. I see people just fighting for confusion. Here and blessings. Golly geez. Thank you, brother. Michael gave you a sword on fire to defend in the dark. You got this, Jack. May your snake find its tail. It is us. We are the future. We are the savior. We are the ones that the world and our descendants, our ancestors were praying for. We're the one the future is waiting. If we want a better future, we should unite and overcome the past sooner rather than later. And here,
ask a question.
Unite and overcome the past sooner rather than later. Were you saying, did you want to ask a question? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh, please do. Yes.
Now, I mean, no disrespect when I ask this question, but how could you go on about bettering the future when the future is supposedly already written in Revelations? This world is supposed to be destroyed.
Hasn't it already?
No, not
It hasn't already been destroyed?
Nah, not in the way Revelations describes it.
Okay, well, here. I do understand that, and I don't speak against the words, but I do speak against many of the interpretations, because these were dreams, these were visions. Many of the things are intended to be taken allegorically, right? To be understood, maybe conceptually. Who knows? What I do know is that according to the book, God gave us the will to choose. We get to learn we get to learn from the tree of knowledge, and we get to learn from good and evil. So we get to choose. And Jesus showed us the way to choose. And the way to choose to live is through love, the way of God. I think, well, every way I look at things, it all comes back to the perfection
Michael gave you a sword of fire to defend yourself in the dark. $9.99 donation from Aaron Sound.
I saw that and I shared it earlier. Thank you.
I just wanted to reiterate it because it says, let your snake, hopefully your snake finds its tail. So do you think that what he means by that is that the journey will end? Because like once you've defeated evil, doesn't that mean it's over?
No, the next adventures begin. This is God's game. This is what's so amazing is we get to create the life we want.
Took me a lifetime to realize that. And then it also took me quite a bit of inner work and focus to realize that I actually did not know what I wanted. I had a big long list of things I didn't like, things I knew I didn't want, and I was angry about, but I really didn't know what I wanted in my life. Then I realized, well, shit, yeah, it's because you've been lying to yourself. That's why you don't have any clarity, because you've been making up excuses instead of seeking the answers. Instead of righteously finding the answers, you made up excuses and then found ways to blame situations or others. And that brought forth hell upon me.
So
I was
do you
suicidal.
You think that's why the world needs a great reset?
Yep. That's why, yes. And that's what I hope to help achieve. I hope to help here in America, help humility come forth through many of the egoic driven people in Congress, in the White House, in boardrooms and executive rooms, right? These people are out of their minds with ego, delusions of grandeur, as though they're some friggin' important, like Donald Trump and all these other people. They're playing games. We don't have to play these stupid games. We can grow up. When we grow up, we will take life seriously, because life is kind of serious, especially when, truth or lies are on the line. That's pretty serious, because that leads to life and death. People are dying in wars and a famine. People are locked in cages because of opinions and egoic greed, selfishness, people chasing profits, profiting from other human beings. This is a disease run by Satan. It's a satanic realm that we do not have to enable anymore.
So you don't think humans are this way at all by nature?
God has allowed us to develop perfectly in this fashion. And I trust God has given us the free will, and all of the answers are available. And I've listened to enough other people, like real Christian people, looking at the news today. You could say that the signs are there. The signs are clear. And here's my hope. I said this a long time ago. Until Jesus returns, I want to try and do what I can. Let's try and unite together, become the body of Christ here, as working as one here on earth, and let's see if we can create a world worthy of the return of Jesus. Just in case that we could do something to speed it up, which I think we can, because by the grace of God, when we know the I am, we start to discover our role in our own life.
You know what? There's somebody in the chat calling you out right now, Jack. I hate to bring your attention to it, but this dude needs to be timed out.
Which
one? On that note, I got to close up the store and head home. You guys have a good night. Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom. Peace
Hey,
to you, brother.
Thank you for joining, and I apologize for just jumping to and offering you what wasn't welcome.
His name is Treason in Theology.
I don't know.
Slap a timeout.
Hey, is the guy on the panel who mentioned something about the world ending? Is he still here with us? How it will end in the jet? Is it in the Revelations? Is he still on the panel, or is he gone?
No, that was the one who left.
Oh.
Can people achieve this change you're talking about if there is no God?
If there is no God,
or if there was no God, either way.
Well, I'm convinced there is God,
but is Jesus a prerequisite for the change you're describing?
I don't know.
I honestly don't know. In my own path, Jesus was included. It was near the end of, I mean, it was always there. I always had the story of Jesus and the perfect guy, you know, in the back of my head all my life. I learned of Jesus as a kid. And that is what I believe it's all about, is when we do learn of those stories, that example becomes within us the standard, and that becomes our new conscience. So when we learn of Jesus and then we don't do what is right, that's when the guilt starts setting in, and then we start feeling shame, and then the shame turns into anger and hate and all this other nonsense.
Interesting.
Our
I think you're
mind,
right about that.
thank you.
I mean,
Our,
even as an atheist, I think you're right about that.
our minds and our bodies are so incredible. There is a perfection to the biology and the chemistry and the way the electrical signals process between our everything.
Well, until you get sick.
What?
Until
Well,
those signals and electric, they don't process quite the same way they used to, then it doesn't. It
still,
seems less than perfect, I would say, from that
well,
perspective.
and again, we got to take into mind our perception, because
Room for improvement.
regardless of the illness, well, and we got to accept our parts too. We don't know everything that's involved with our feelings, our illness. There's a lot
Yeah.
of variables, tons of variables involved in our nutrition, and the nutrition is going to affect how we sense and how we feel. So this world we live in, I have been I was such a poor example for my son. Oh my God. In the past, fast food, didn't think twice about popping any pharmaceutical, any pills, whatever. Just, I had no care about health or life, to be honest. Now I know quite different. And, I genuinely hope to help any who I can. The only people I have a chance at trying to help are those who join into the time of my experience during my days. So I really do appreciate those who tune in and join. We are here. We are here. I am convinced of this. We are here to co-create the future that we want. And to create the future that we want, we've got to get over this crap of what we fear. We got to overcome our limitations and our selfish beliefs.
That's you.
The best way to achieve what we want, set your goals into becoming more like, if you want to be more like Jesus, more holy, become more selfless.
That's you.
Stop thinking about yourself as
That's
often.
you.
And think more about what you can use yourself to accomplish. That makes sense.
Yeah, but what are we supposed to accomplish?
Service of as many people as you can, growing into the best version of you, finding the balance in your time, right? Because you got to balance yourself of growing yourself, learning yourself, and then sharing yourself, resting yourself. You got to find the balance of the time and prioritize which is most important when.
So how often does massage yourself appear on the schedule per week? Do you put that in like weekly or daily?
My life has been a little different. I've not had much of a schedule for quite a while. So massage comes in pretty much every hour. Every hour while I'm awake, I'm probably massaging at least a little bit.
And Jack, if you don't mind me just jumping in real quick, That was Moose that said that, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And Moose, you're very intelligent. You have asked that question before. You're doing it on purpose again. Please stop doing that. It's not healthy for anybody, man.
What are you talking about? Me and Jack are having a healthy conversation.
New
He's
levels
enjoying it.
of
I'm enjoying it.
pleasure.
I'm not saying you're not enjoying it. I'm just saying stop with the
New
facetious
levels
statements.
of release.
Hey Jack, will you help me do my laundry, man?
I mean, dude, I didn't say anything like that.
No,
Picking shit out.
I'm asking Jack if he'll help me do my laundry.
Do you imagine a way
I
that
fucking
do it?
love
'Cause I
my
don't.
Patriot hydration
Look,
pack.
if you let him drive his car.
Yeah.
Shit.
Luckily, if the washing machines accept debit cards, so if you hit up my Cash App, I don't have to put quarters in.
And why do you come to me for this?
Because you said you want to help everyone. I just ask if you can help.
I could. Do you really need the help from me though? Or are you just being selfish and short-sighted?
Yeah, he's
Because if
being
you want
mocking.
me,
He's
I'll
mocking.
give.
I mean, if
What's
Tarek
that?
would pay his debt, I would.
Hey,
would not.
Mitch. See, Mitch,
Yeah.
you're missing the point too, my friend.
You lost me when you said you humbled yourself to being Jesus. So I mean, you lost me at that point.
That was a while ago.
So, all right. So, out of all the things I said, you found that to focus on.
No, that's just where
Why?
you lost me.
Why did that lose you? What part you either rejected or what? What did you reject or get confused
I
about?
think that would be quite possibly the most arrogant claim you could make. So,
Yep. So what?
so it was confusing to me.
Okay. So if we get past your opinion that it would be an arrogant claim, and then please, I try to be careful about how I say it. I say there's similarities, right? I'm not saying I'm anything special. I'm saying that based on the facts of my life and the evidence, there are a lot of similarities, and I can see the distinctions. So, despite even if you find me explaining my life to be arrogant,
No,
It's
I'm not.
quintessentially Christian, that's for sure.
It was
Regardless
just
of whether it's arrogant or not, like to identify your experience with that of Christ kind of seems to be the fucking point.
that's the whole point. Christians are supposed to follow Christ, not put him on a pedestal and worship a damn book. This is what I don't. Thank you for seeing it, Denizen. And you know, I love you guys sincerely. I just
Thank you,
saw
Jack.
that.
We appreciate that, man.
Here's something though. There is greater opportunities available for us all. Every single one of us has a better life, a greater life, a more fulfilling life waiting for us.
And I want to get there. But first, we got to help Mitchell do laundry. Hashtag or Cash App Mitchell IQ. Help him with his laundry. And we also got to get some toys for Tots. We got to get some toys for those kids. I want to see if everybody in the stream can buy everything on that list, Jack.
I don't want to digress, but on a side note, I do only have one pair of underwear, so.
All right, so back to helping Mitchell with the laundry.
I gave those up a number of years ago. Makes less laundry.
What about the zipper?
I'm comfortable. I've had no issues.
You don't worry about the zipper, no zipper incidences?
I wear shorts the majority of the year, actually. So, yeah,
Doesn't matter. Sorry, that was an irrelevant comment. I didn't even need to offer it.
No, Jack, my bad. I'm feeling forgiveful, and I forgive you for getting mad at me, and I hope you forgive me.
I do. I feel for you and those around you. Well, God has blessed me. You guys may not realize it. You may not see it. Right, those who make excuses jump in. Yep, to make excuses, whatever way it is.
Hey, so what was your excuse for having skid marks as a kid? Was it because you were too lazy to wipe, or was it because it was an actual problem with your health? Because I can get over the problem with your health, but the laziness factor has kind of shown itself throughout your whole life.
For those who don't know, Moose keeps bringing up this skid mark because I shared a story from when I was a child. And when I was a child, I grew up in a very, very poor family where laundry and stuff like that wasn't a top priority. And so growing up as a child without all the benefits, there was a period I also had a case of undiagnosed but obvious worms within my intestines. And so I had a lot of physical challenges.
Jack. You don't have to get into
Hey, shut up so I can answer your fucking clown-ass question. So this story that you want to keep re-bringing up because I shared a momentary part of my fucking childhood. I was dealing with a lot of
dude, calm down, take a breath.
Uncare and challenges as a child, and yeah, I didn't wipe my ass well enough one day, and the kids in the locker room saw some evidence of skid marks. So I had to go through fucking 7th grade, I think it was, or 8th grade with that nickname. Thanks, asshole, for bringing this up into my adult realm like a fucking ignoramus with no
right,
purpose.
but here's the thing, Jack, right? Is that, at one point you were a young being who had skid marks. Moose is now a grown man who is, in fact, a skid mark on the underpants of society, if you will.
Ready. My life has been such an incredible story. When, not if, when a team starts to form with me and we start building this Live Without Fear stuff, start developing the website, start getting out videos and content and really creating some value to help people. There's going to be a lot of people who've spent a lot of time with me, and they'll be seeing me taking off, and they'll be wondering, I wonder what happened.
Christos.
Why isn't Jack bringing me along? I was there. Yeah, you were there holding me back, Moose.
Hey, dumbass.
Christos is saying that
God
Paul's
damn it,
shitting on
Paul.
Jack Talcott.
I'm sure he is. And
Well, what do you want to do about it?
Nothing. Christos is up Paul's ass. He's culted until he chooses to open his mind and change his own opinions. He'll stay confused.
Why don't you throw Christos out? I'll throw Christos out.
Do you know where you are right now?
Whatever. Hey, actually, guys, it's Easter weekend. The sun is shining. I got a few projects I can take care of around the house.
You fucking religious losers.
Cat box?
Fuck you. Fuck your bullshit religion. Fuck the Pope.
Well, then
I'll
what else
knock the
is there to
fucking
do?
Pope out
I mean,
unconscious in the cage fight, which he never answered my challenge. You get
It
knocked the
is.
fuck
I'm
out,
actually
boy.
considering going out again. I went out last night. I didn't go to the strip club, and I know I am Telbatus of Boardcott. Resistance is futile. Your life, as it has been, is over. From this time forward, you will service only me. You will be assimilated. And all this other nonsense.
I love titties.
You know,
doesn't.
Just saying.
I've been a fan of the female body for a long time. They're beautiful. I remember them, but it's been a long time. And you know what? I'm not worried about that. At some point, you know, many of the yogis and the spiritual people, they've chose to find that path of celibacy anyway. So I guess that's just my path. God's helping me along with my spiritual development.
Wait, so you're living life as a eunuch?
As a eunuch? No. I mean, I'm functional. I'm perfectly healthy. I just maintain pure thoughts and abstinence. So,
All right, so how long?
how long for what?
You said abstinence. So how long?
Well, it's not been a year yet,
No way.
but it's
No way. No.
well, with from the last time I was with a partner was in
No, that's not what we're asking here, folks. We're talking
that's what I figured.
any
Yeah, that's what I figured. No, nothing this year. Welcome, Wizard.
Yeah, Jack, I just got a quick message before I fade away and stuff. I just want to remind you you're normal, Jack. It's good to think about boobies. Fuck everybody else, brother.
Delicious and nutritious.
Boob, thanks for that.
Holy cows. Holy
Praise
cows.
God.
New levels of
Jesus.
pleasure.
Praise God. You know what? Sincerely.
Thank you to that
praise
strange
God.
man.
Hey, what? What's that?
I said thank you to that strange man.
Oh, yes. Hey, I was thinking earlier, truth. We've talked about truth quite a bit, you know, number of different ways, but truth really is a feeling. It is another sensation of ours.
That's a kind of truth, yeah.
Well, we feel truth and we feel when it's untrue, particularly when we speak it. And this is part of our design I've been paying attention to. The power of truth, and when we speak it, it must be confessed, it must be sought, we must seek the answers, we must be open-minded and willing to receive what is true. Otherwise, it just, well, it's like God. God is eternally there, patiently waiting to be there to help strengthen us, just like the truth. The truth is eternal. It's just a matter of us cognizing it, realizing it, understanding it, hearing about it, whatever. The truth is eternal, just as is God. And it's there to support us, to help us grow, to help us develop. Whether we recognize it or not. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Jack.
Yeah, you
Jack,
did.
yeah. You give me advice, and believe me, I sometimes, or most of the times, I look at it and self-reflect. And I'm telling you right now, this is my advice to you in terms of the strip club. I love what you were saying about women in terms of their bodies and all that. Yeah, right. But think what's gonna happen if you go there, and some people are telling you to go there, and you know it's the devil's land over there. But think what's gonna happen after you go there. They're gonna try to mock you again and say, Jack is the God, say, you know, promoting God, he's in faith, but he's going to strip clubs, which does not make sense. So there's always sometimes, in my
Tarek,
opinion,
does he look like he cares? Does he look like he cares right now?
Was I asking you, Moose, or was I asking him?
Look at his face. His face says it all.
I'm just saying, that's all. I see
You
the
fucking
tactics, that's all.
religious losers.
I get it. You're not very bright. Sometimes you can't read between the lines.
Fuck your bullshit religion.
I'm the dumbest
Fuck
guy
the Pope.
on the internet. I promise I am.
Well,
I wasn't saying that.
yeah, we won't go that far. Because Tarek, I understand what you're saying, but here, please trust. I see, and I am very aware of what people may perceive, may not perceive. I do consider perceptions. I don't let perceptions be a controlling factor, but it is a relevant factor and I shared this the other day. Truth. What is truth? Truth involves all relevant factors. So, as we're discerning truth.
All right, Peanut Power, give me the final word. I'm wrapping up. It's pure insanity as always. Hopefully you guys got something out of that. You know? Good? Hello?
Yeah, hopefully somehow, some way they got something. You hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, the StreamYard tab is fucking muted. What the hell, man?
All right, great stuff. All right, everybody, that's Peanut Power. He's back at it again. He's back to streaming. He's got a talent for this thing. All right, I'll be back tomorrow, somewhere between 12 and 3. Get back to your lives, whatever that consists of. Please do something. Be something. Don't be like us, me and Jack Talcott and the rest of them, because I'm here. I mean, somehow I'm here with you guys and them, and yeah, it's not good. All right, let's refocus. Get back to something of importance. Boxes are down there. Christos, all the usuals. Much love, much love. I said it twice so you really feel it. Yeah, I'm out of here. I'll see you tomorrow. Blessings, brothers and sisters, everyone. If you could take religion and a spiritual process and make somebody activate a part of themselves that they didn't know was there, you got something there. And I think that's all of what we're doing in all ways, is trying to reunite, reactivate those parts of ourselves that we've had cut off or we've had dormant to try to survive in this sick and twisted dynamic. The spiritual practice, right? Certain things like I do here, just meeting with people daily, talking it out, doing a simulation, right? Imagining certain things. Maybe a form of meditation, you could argue. Will reform the perspective, will reform the way we think and feel and how we act and live if there's truth there that resonates. So that's the modality I prefer, because I think anything else is kind of a shortcut, and really it's just a tool meant for extremes that, you know, even then you still have to come back to your life and learn how to live it. It might just be that everybody should have some experience in their life that takes them out of themselves and it forces them to surrender over to something so they can learn the art of surrender in certain situations. You know, how do we learn to really live and thrive again? Cool to have structure, habit, procedure, process, certain levels of responsibility, accountability that lead to success. How are we going to love again? How are we going to live again? How are we going to thrive and co-create, have community, right? So I see both aspects in self, and I see a lot of those same aspects in others that come forth in these spaces. But again, it's a slippery slope in a world of religious dogmatics when the other side of that is actual nihilist, infidel, worldly scum who really want a whole population on drugs, right? It's a slippery slope because one side's going to call you the devil, the other side's going to say, yeah, let's do that, so they can take drugs all day, every day and claim it to be the all. I can't, that's why I can't support it and promote it, because I know what it will turn into.
God of all media.